Hello everyone. Welcome one, welcome all. Welcome to the Wednesday evening live stream. Actually looking forward to getting our Wednesdays back to more European friendly time zones. Looks like the construction guys are finally winding down here, which is about time. But for tonight, we're going to be playing some Desynced. We're going to do something a little bit differently. We're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing a lot of code testing, which I know isn't that different from what we usually do. But today we're gonna get you guys some. Today we're gonna get some of you guys involved. So if you guys have any of your own codes you want to test out, perhaps troubleshot or bug tested by myself, by all means, please let me know, because we're doing a bit of sharing here, sharing, caring, spreading the love, and well, we'll see how it goes from there. I will definitely be doing a lot more testing of my own things today. Let's jump right into it, shall we? I want to say hello, one and all. Hello there, chat. How's it going today? Hello there, Kason, Alex and Dragon, Rab, Fabian, Johnny, Carbon, Beaker. Welcome, welcome. Jason, Ragfur, Looney Lizard. Takes a break from Subnautica. Oh no. D0, Carbon, Beaker. You're in both chats? Only code you've got is up, down, left, right, BA start. Understandable. Good old Konami. Alright, so I've done a little bit of off-cam I did a little bit of off-cam between the end of last stream and this one. Not much has changed. I progressed some of the technologies. Nothing terribly exciting has happened in that department. I've unlocked the terraformers. I've unlocked this, it's expensive as it is, but haven't really developed them. I started doing the terraformer, I put it down and haven't really done much with it. We got the terraformer attached to this guy, who is slowly extruding the blights out from here. And I'm now trying to get power over to here so I can start utilizing the blight. Specifically, I'm going to try to regenerate this block of silica so I can then mine it infinitely. Alrighty, Jason. Good luck out there. Have a good one. Yeah, we'll be doing forts again soon because that's how forts do. Forts do good. So now we've got... Man, find a way to phase... Deadman switch Mormongers through solid blocks, as well as have a way to detect if the raider kills Harvey. That's both impressive and disappointing, because that game relies pretty heavily on it working consistently in expected ways, which that is obviously not expected in like all the worst ways, but nevertheless. One thing is most of the progress I've done off cam was in development of this structure, this system here. I have here a wireless energy manager. There was an update last night, and it deprecated the thing I spent a couple hours putting this together. Quite an intense system here. It works in tandem with 3 different things. This is the manager. This system, this guy, it exists to manage the wireless energy systems. We have the wireless energy transmitters here, which have logic. Basically, they get a unique identifier, and then they communicate to the wireless energy manager their unique identifier, and then send them a request to transmit their energy somewhere, and we link it via the wireless energy manager to one random creature that does any kind of requesting for wireless energy. So we just make a request for wireless energy. Wireless energy manager receives that request, grabs one of the one of the wireless energy transmitters, and then goes. Unfortunately, since last night, this guy got deprecated. Which is kind of important part of this whole thing. Mind you, this guy, the reason half of this works the way this does is because this guy is actually fairly inconsistent and I have to do a bunch of sanity checks around it. So I'm quite happy with the idea of this being deprecated, just sad that I spent time on it, trying to work around it. We got here a factory game? Yes, factory game. Factory game, but somewhat more complicated, which I'm very happy with. But that's me. Also, we've massively expanded our everything. We are way off everywhere to every corner, harvesting all the resources. And these guys have been working pretty near flawlessly. They do have one problem, but the problem is very rare and easily fixed. So I'm not too concerned about it. But they have been quite diligently rolling off to the edges of space, edges of known territory to harvest things. Mind you, we suffer problems of needing to continuously expand our horizons. Otherwise, we don't have more material to vacuum up. So this is where the whole wireless energy thing came in, because I need soldiers that can go explore. Otherwise, well, we don't have resources to gather. We're playing a game or making it firmly in between those two. Hey, this guy figured out how to make function X properly. Quick, deprecated. That has been my experience every time so far. Like, even the basic move command. They deprecated this almost immediately after I created the move command fix. It's like, frustrating. Also, this area is death. I'm not going to go over here because I will lose all of my units. I do not have... these basic units are not capable of handling this. There's a literal Kaiju over here hanging out. It is my responsibility to show you guys, and I'm just gonna have to live with losing another group of you. I could just send one unit in there. Any combat in this game? Yes, there is. You are the chosen one. If you guys notice, all these things have different names because my entire army of 30 of these things got wiped quite dramatically. We've gotten far enough out that we do not belong this far out. So we don't go that way anymore. Good news is I can just make more real easily, because the moment these things lose their connection, why don't I see which one lost its connection? This one lost its connection and didn't register as having lost its connection. Why? Hold up. When they deprecated the function, they actually just broke it. So this entire system just fundamentally no longer works. Well, that's infuriating. Well, I was going to show this off to you, Because it's like, oh, I have this wireless energy management system that anything that doesn't have power anywhere on the map just is given power via one of these things. And I was using it for my military. But it seems that the fundamental element of it just, it's gone. It's gone. Which is... Alright, well, I know what I'm doing now. Redoing all this. Oh boy. Let's see. In the meantime, I could start getting this going once this completes. This should complete soonish. I have a robot that finds all things that are off-grid and starts building them. So, he'll be doing that nicely. Functioning code broken by an update, too realistic. Yes. Yes. Unironically, the life of software dev. Alright, well, that... So it looks like because this unique identifier relies on the loop signal command, it's now failing. So we'll gonna have to redo this. Let's play around with a new command, the loop signal match, which honestly probably just works as is. Entity B. Do you need to work at Google to know how to play this game? No, you can play this game completely without behavior programming and such. I prefer to do all the behavior stuff because I like programming and for no other reason. But the game actually... If my experience right here in the first few minutes of loading up this game hasn't shown it off to you, hasn't proven it to you, doing the behavior programming of this is somewhat frustrating, and the game just works better if you don't. The less you interact with the coding, the more effective it seems to be. Mind you, I credit that with the game being in early access more than anything else. Hey there, Math Puns. Welcome back. How you doing today? You're just like children. You can always make more. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's so dark. That's disappointing. A little bit. It's a little bit disappointing. But it is still one of the more. It is still the most powerful behavior style programming game within the automation industry, aside from maybe Minecraft, but that doesn't, you can't compare that to Minecraft. That's just a losing battle. So we'll see if this fixes it. This I'm real tempted to use because this should just be this value. Because we get self of D, compare entity, get unique identifier. Alright. It starts with a signal type. So we search across the bands to find get self, compare. Alright, okay. This is subroutine. We're not doing. Okay, so for the subroutine get unique identifier, we take an identifier flag. We check to see if it's null, because everything needs a null check. We set the number of it to 1, and we start iterating through the numbers. From number 1, we loop through everything of this flag, of this signal flag. We find the entity that did it. Do I need the entity that does it? I don't need the entity that does it if I get the signal, because the only reason I have the signal, the only reason I was using the entity before, was so that I could get the signal from it. But I don't need the entity anymore. What I do need is yeah, I'm gonna have to redo half of this. I need this signal, and I need to compare it. I need to compare it to this one. I don't need get self, I think. I do need get self because I need to know if, okay, I do need get self here. The reason I need get self is because I don't know. So last time in the previous commands, loop signal also would get itself. So it would recursively call itself to infinity, which was a problem I had to solve by comparing entity to itself. And if it was itself, then don't loop back on itself. And I would have to break out of it. I don't know if this new one does that. So I'm going to test that right now. Let's create a new structure here. Let's just do this. Let's not use a... Okay. Reminds you of Gladiabot, the coding bot battle game. Yes, I like Gladiabots. Gladiabots made me happy. It's a very good game. You currently remember time you tried running Mindstorm's line follower in grade 5 that never worked? I don't know what that is. Why was Corn a bad listener? It went in one ear and out the other. Hey! You know my two programmers need to be careful in relationships. They may become too code-dependent. Hey! I appreciate you. Alright. Give me one of these. What coding language does this game take? None of them. It's all flowcharting. Is this one more complex? What I am doing is probably the most complex behaviors I've seen of any other streamer do. And by a substantial margin. Almost everything I do here is on this channel regarding software stuff is like coding stuff is head and shoulders more complicated than anyone else I see do most of the time, with rare exception. Alright, so first off, let's just, you know what, I can redo all of this. In part because it's fresh, I know exactly what this is doing. In part because it's not complicated to redo, I'm just purging it all. First thing we're doing is pinging this. Pings a unit, pings this. Will it ping itself if I give it a signal of 5 and then set the identifier to 5? Yes, it will. So it still gets itself, so I have to check itself before it wrecks itself. Understandable. That I can do. So the first step is check self. We want to self results into C, and then we match entity, nope, not match, entity, loop entities. You still understand what you're doing? Yeah, yes, it is understand. I do like to explain things such that you guys can follow them. I have to stop myself every so often to re-explain the current thought process. It's not that the things that I am doing is arcane and it doesn't defy understanding. It's just more complex than what most people are willing to do. Alrighty, have a good one, math puns. You'll be missed. Good luck out there. Okay, so we need to get self and check against it match past. Okay, compare entity. Yes, here we go. Compare entity. And we check entity. We check ourself and the current entity from the loop list. Or the loop. And if they're the same, then we go next. If they're different, then we continue. Now, if they are different, I need to... Why am I getting yelled at? This is happening. We're still fine for now. They're just scattering about, collecting everything. Alright. Have you heard why nobles slept with lamps beside them? They were night lights. Hey. Okay. Mindstorms are those Lego robots you could write code for in the game. You had a program in school that had us do something. Oh, that's cool. Huh. Interesting. That I never played with those. Okay, so if they are different, then we could continue, and continue specifically. We want you on variable D. Let's do this. Because this won't be used again. Alright. BCD, so we compare self with the loop entity. If they are equal, go next. If they're different, we continue. And if they are different, then we need to actually do some comparison stuff, because we need a unique identifier. So now we compare the signal C to A. Let's see, compare number. Compare number if different. We compare value A to value C. If they are equal, we do add. If they are equal, we add 1 to our unique identifier. To 1. And put it back on A. Just increment +1. If it is larger, if C is larger, then we do another add. No, I'm sorry. If A is smaller, we do another add, but this time we start with C +1 and write to A, our unique identifier. Okay, and if larger, if A is larger, we just go next. And we continue until we've gone through everything, at which point we will have found the maximum, the largest unique identifier currently in existence on the band, and added +1 to it and given ourselves that unique identifier. So when we're done, we just copy our new unique identifier, A, to the output. Good. So now, if I were to select the unique identifier, specifically I'm using cyan for this, for no real reason. We click Start Behavior, and we should see a 1, or a 2 appear here, sorry. We are getting a 2, but it is a null 2, which is not great. How did we lose... How did we lose the signal? That fundamentally works different. Alright, so let's add a notify, and we'll do signal C here. Give signal. I need to give it a flag. Hello there, Andromeda. Welcome in. Alright, it is... It has the flag here still, Let us get self. This seems to be working because it's skipping itself and not getting stuck. Let's do notify again. Here. Notify A. Gotta reset this to cyan. Okay. Yeah, it is null by the time it gets over there. But null with a 2, so we need to check on that. Let's try this again. This time I'll watch from the code as to what's going on here. It adds +1 to it, which is what it's supposed to do because it's equal. It's a different entity and is equal. Why does this... It's got to be the add, which is blanking it. It's got to be the add, which is blanking it. Notify. Information, cyan. Yeah, it's blank after the add. Is it blank before the add? Because that is fundamentally different than what am I looking for? Looking for this button. That is fundamentally different than how this thing operated previously. Or at least how the add operated previously. Let's try this. Oh. No, reset to color. Go. Okay, so the add command now no longer functions as the add command did previously. It now blanks out. Oh my god! It breaks it! Okay. I don't know how to solve that. Hey there, Harm, coming in for super sticker. Well, hello. Thank you, Harm, coming in with the support. Who gets a love in chat for Harm here? He's putting their sticker across the top of chat. The Emperor protects. The Emperor does indeed protect. Are you planning on hosting any more of those Force tournaments? Those things are great to binge. Yes, we do have the Forts AI tournament coming up in about 2 weeks. The Forts Pro League is currently active, and I need to do recordings so I can get those videos out, because those are your tournament-style videos, which you guys love. And, yes, more Forts coming soon. I say as if I'm not going to spend the rest of tonight streaming, and the rest of tomorrow away AFK doing family things. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, looking at this and seeing this add function not add this together makes me want to go play another game. It really does. Because this is frustrating. Value of A plus 1. Like, what am I supposed to do if I can't add? Like, that's not... The math functions have been the most consistent functions to play with here. Let me try this. To D, and then copy D to A. Hey there, Builder. Welcome in. Incursus, your college friend wants to start a YouTube channel. If it grows in popularity, is there more income from ad revenue or streaming? Ad revenue is 100% of the time. Subtract a negative. Thinking about it. I'm gonna try this. I'm going to make the I'm going to assumption is not a good thing for me to do, but subtracting a negative, I find it's likely to fall under the... I suspect it's likely to fall under the same issue, because the issue is that this... It's not keeping this half of it. As in, it's only doing this and just purging this entirely. Which, I'm going to make a hypothesis here, and that's because I'm trying to increment itself, and the way they've changed something behind the scenes is changing itself. So rather than do that, I'm changing a different variable and just copying it back to this one. See if that works. Notify A, and then notify again over here. So I should get this. Let's shut this down. So I should see two notifications here. Should be cyan 1, and then it's still null. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Set number. Okay, D. Now we do A, D to A. We reconstruct variable alpha after every time we use it. Oh, well, we gotta get a flag. Cyan 1, cyan 2. Okay. That worked. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. You don't go that way. Come over here, please. Weirdest IDE ever. Yeah. I mean, it's flowcharting, so. This isn't how you learn to code. Be thankful for that. Okay. Let's see. So in this thread, you need to get and set function permutation of the variable. So it would seem. So it would seem. Was your comment not in line with the guidelines? What comments? There, harm. I see a heart. I see your super sticker. Having a great day, Night? I was having a great day. Then they deprecated the code and changed the way basic adding works in this game. And now I'm exasperated immediately. Alright. Let's see. Add. Set. Has there been any game updates since you last launched the game? Yes! Yes, there has been. As of last night, like I was working on this till like 5 in the morning. Then I took a nap. I came back to stream and everything broke because they didn't update. Deprecated and changed things. And I was like, Either way, this seems to be operational. Let's do this. Because this should trigger this one down here. And if we do the notify, I'll see if this breaks it too. Though I suspect it will, because why wouldn't it? Huh? I think it's getting this before it's getting self. So let's... let's just force it so I can see it. Yeah, alright, still nulls it. Okay. Set number. And then add here, so this will be broken, but I can then recreate it. No, this needs to be D, or else it's gone forever. So we do this, so now we have the number, and we recreate the value by using A, set the number to D, and then output to A. And let's try it again. Cyan 2. We get cyan 2. Alright, good. Alright. So now, regardless of how many identifier flags we have up, all I have to do is select the first one. Just select the color. And then go. And we should get a number that does not exist currently, which is awesome. Okay. Shouldn't set number be P1? No. We only set P1 after we've scanned the entire frequency, which is down here. After we scan the entire frequency, then we set it. So now we have... an operational get unique identifier. Once again, is there an option to write code? Not a big fan of having an entire block replacing a single operator. No, there is not. They deprecated the code. How new is this game? The game's like 2 weeks old and they've deprecated several things so far. You actually went to struggle a bit with the game a while ago. He does not have a programming mindset. You are correct. Most people don't. Which is... It does mean it's a uniquely funny to... does mean it's uniquely funny to watch people interact with this kind of game. Mind you, behavior programming is not the basic element. It is not a requirement, nor is it the primary feature, so... Not falling behind or anything by not using the programming stuffs. Hey, this is done. Alright, so what we do here, get this guy, and then paste, paste, paste. What language do you normally program in? C# pretty popular, pretty common. I'm partial to Python, just for nostalgia reasons. Periodically do Lua. But C# is probably the most common. I'm partial to the C line of coding. I do sometimes have to do Java stuff, especially when we're doing Minecraft modding and fixing that up. Alright, so get unique identifier. We put this back, updated version, into the subroutines. Great, now we can go back to here. This does not use a unique identifier. Instead, so I did actually want to make a change here. Okay, let's bring all of these guys out. Did actually want to make a change to this. I forget exactly what change I wanted to make. Let me think about this. The problem was that once these set their code, the receiver does not keep track of the thing that is linked to it. C is nice. C is nice. Yes, the C family in general makes me happy. This means it will work with a one-to-one, but not a one-to-many relationship. The current one I'm doing works with a one-to-many relationship. It does not keep track of the one-to-one. If I were to be able to keep the last known connection in line, it could work one-to-one and one-to-many. Why is this? Oh, because the Blight crystal. Y'all having a day over here, aren't you? You... What happened to you? Path blocked. Okay. It's path blocked because it can't figure out how to get over there. That's fine too, I guess. Alright, so what we need to do is have you come over here and request one of these. These? It's probably better to have one of these, yeah. Have this being created. I don't know that I have any of these being created. I think I don't. This is supposed to make infinite human factories. Go. This is not currently operational. Let's get one more of these going so I can get the Blight chargers in production. Just so I have those. Wait a minute. Are Blight chargers... Which one? You. It's an internal component, okay. Smart people game, fantastic. I like smart people game. It is fun. It's like giant puzzle. What is this? You don't know anything, you just clicked. Welcome there, GTPS3. Do they have plans to add coding? Not beyond flowcharting. Which is probably for the best. How do you just know what there is and isn't? Are there scouting units? You can create code to make scouting units. Otherwise, you just have units and you control them RTS style. Like so. The game has controls like an RTS game. So if you're familiar with StarCraft, Age of Empires, and such. Alright, so these guys, we have to shut all of them down. You love and hate Python for the black magic you can do with it. Like, hey, let's just rewrite this third-party library as a list of strings while it's being imported. Good times. I know, right? Isn't it amazing? Looks like they tried to update the coordinate addition to not break on one operand being empty and eradicated the signal part of the numeral. Would not be surprised. Now, the units were entirely code-based. No, they're not. Coding is optional. I just happen to like it a lot. Alright, so what did I need to... I was checking out this one, which I think I need to do last, actually. Let's see. If I were to... That means these guys will have to constantly put out a signal. You never really appreciated this, but Space Engineers lets you compile C# scripts at runtime to control your ship. Yeah, that's that's something I appreciate about it, at least an idea. Oh no. I can't even stop this from happening. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. Alright, so two things. One, while these are still operational, let's go clear this out. Oh, it's up here. Let's go do this. Two, I need a replacement one of those. So let's get... Oh, holy sweet Jesus, they finally updated the thumbnails of these. You can actually see the bot. They have their unique thumbnails now. And they're animated too. Oh, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. How long did it take you to get 1K subs? Not very long. But I was coming off the back of a few other things, so... I think there's a follow-up commentary that needs to go with your questions there, Squidward. When it comes to content creators, the first stage of being a content creator is don't. And I don't mean it's difficult, don't do it. I mean, being a content creator is not someone who posts content on your favorite platform. Being a content creator is someone who brings content from somewhere else and shows it off on your whichever platform you're on. Which means the first stage to being a content creator is to be a professional at something. Be it lawyering, be it professional gaming, be it something of interest that people will want to watch. Take a look at, in the gaming community is quite popular for this reason. But like, take a look at the big names like Ninja, Summit, Shroud, literal world champions of whichever video game tournament they started in. Most of it was Halo or Counter-Strike, I think, for those three. And from there, then they brought content, because people don't want to watch them. They don't want to watch gaming. People want to watch the tournament, and they want to watch it from someone's perspective, because that's fun to do. And so these gamers, what they're doing is they're providing a top tier skill that no one else can bring. And that's what people come for. That's what people watch. So the first stage to doing content creation on whichever platform you want is to become a professional at something that isn't content creation. then you become a content creator by putting it out there. So, better question to your friend there, Squidward's Notes. What is it that your friend is trying to do? Because if they're just trying to put videos up on YouTube and get subscribers, they're starting backwards, and it doesn't work that way. Let's see, you got a bootstrapping issue here. Alright, let's just do this then. So we need to store this drop off into, where was it? Here. Or type here, and you specifically are going to these guys, beacon bots here, and go. There we go. This is why if you ever got into streaming, it would be kitchen tutorials. Exactly. Like, you find some niche that you can do. Find something that you do well, something that you think other people will want to see, and then show it off. How's the mining program doing? Mining program is near flawless. It's got a couple problems, but those problems are few and far between. And so I rarely, if ever, have to interact with them. The only time I ever really have to pay attention to them is when they wander so far away from base that they seek into the darkness and find a death upon them. Alrighty, have a good one there, Harm. Good luck out there. Enjoy the programming. Looks like the exact same break and change and subtract, but not multiply or divide. Ooh, testing, are you? Very good. I appreciate that. It also means that they're going to, again, fix that, I assume, relatively quickly, because the developers are actually good at fixing things quickly. And they will probably have to undo my quick, dirty fix. Let's see. You tap into the horde survival genre. Well, this game is not to my liking. Horde survival genre? Like, Darktide and such? I'm into them. Personally enjoy them. The problem with those games is that they aren't usually interesting from a viewer perspective. So, like, as a content creator, I have a hard time justifying doing it. Not testing, look at the code. Oh, okay. I mean, I appreciate somebody else looking into it. Because I haven't looked into the code. I'm just testing it and working on cause and effect. He has a job, but figured he uses gaming skills and social skills to use. Doesn't know if he should start a YouTube or not. If he wants to do it, he could do it. Like, there's two sides to that coin. If you find it fun to do, then it doesn't matter whether or not you have subscribers. Doing it for fun is its own reward. If you're just doing it because you want to use it as, say, a storage place for whatever fun things you're doing, or if you're, you just enjoy being an exhibitionist who shows off all of your stuff online and don't care who sees it, then by all means go for it. If your goal is to have an audience, then that is very, very different and completely unrelated set of activities. If he's going into it with the mindset of as, I'm a gamer, and I can put these skills to use by streaming, that's just fundamentally not how that works. Mining bots running off in enemy territory. Could set a range for them to wander off, or build a variable map of enemy encounters you can pathfinder on. I could. However, the problem is that they've already harvested everything within range, so there's nothing left for them to do within range. So they just go wander off and harvest everything, which is what I want them to do. It's just, it comes with the consequence of sometimes they encounter death, as we have seen every so often. Alright, so the whole base will shut down because that transport bot died, but that's fine. Next, we need to probably work on this one specifically. So let's do wireless energy transmitter. I can code it here, I suppose. This one. We need to edit you to update with the new one, because subroutines don't update when you update the subroutine. Ta-da! Alright. So now we have a functional unique identifier. It sounds like a fun problem to solve. Yeah. What another problem I need to solve is I need to automate the whole scouting thing. Because... it's not manageable, human manageable, to handle all the scouting yourself. It's a full, at some point, it's an infinite map with infinite size, so at some point you can't humanly do it all. That's just how that works. So I need to automate the whole scouting process. Is it possible to give a minor group a military escort? It is possible. That's partially what I'm working on now, because in order to do that, I need the wireless energy to work. Which I could manually set it up to give each group a dedicated escort of a small kind, but in order to scale it up to meaningful numbers, I need to have this automated, because otherwise it's going to take literal hours. Okay. We have this, we get our unique identifier. Get our unique identifier, put it on the visual. Signal. Alright, so now we wait for... Once we have our unique identifier, we wait for the controller to give us something to do. This is the waiting for our controller to give us something to do. Once we receive the something to do, we now need to replace this. Oop, signal. Match. Alright. It's our unique identifier here. Entity A. Done here. Done here. I think I just delete this, and that should just replace. And this should do this. I think this just works as is. Now, this I do want to update to have the potential to check a bot for if it is already linked. This one, man, this is gonna be obnoxious to check. As there's a feature I'm gonna describe as a bug, where some of the signals functionally don't work. Specifically, any signal of this category, a bot category, just breaks. Oh! We have access to new bots. We have access to bugs. We can make bugs. That's different. Okay. Bug bots? Yes. Well, that's cool. Okay, then. It's time for this. Or could actually. It is on the list. Full circle? Yes. What kind of API calls do you have access to? You know, API is a strong word. These are the closest to API calls here. kind of general stuff that I avoid using, like the plague, and instead try to use the more constituent components down here for things. One last question. You sort of what does YouTube bring in enough money for you to live off of? It can if you get consistent enough views for the ad revenue to pay off. For me, right now, yes, although it has been steadily declining, which has been a result of me doing less forts, less consistently. I've taken to supplementing my income with more technology jobs like computer repair. But that can again be fixed by me doing more content more regularly, which I also intend to do once things stabilize a bit. I'm realizing now that this is the Kaiju spot where the Kaiju is residing, and I don't want to be here. It's right here in the darkness, and we almost encountered it from the backside. Okay. That also means this is the Kaiju spot too, which is scary. Oh, I think we're gonna lose one here. Maybe two. Pathing hurts. We lost 2 units. Not a big deal. But I am going to have to be very careful about moving forward here. I want to clear this out. What I wouldn't give for faster units. With faster units, I could reliably code a StarCraft 2 Blink Stalker style AI and never lose a unit again. I introduce code to my bugs. Yes, and we shall purge. Okay, so I will go cycle this around. And we should be producing this stuff again. We have some of these. Did you get your... No, you're off grid right now. Okay. Let's see, we could put you back home. Should let it go through the Blight pretty well. Okay, so because these are not working, these will not obviously restart, but alas. Where were we? We check this for signal, and if we get a signal that is the correct item, if it's different, we just wait. So this will loop until it receives something. And then it's... This is not right. This should loop through everything of this identifier type until it finds... This needs to be compare number now. That's right, because I removed the number compare. We know what the signal is, the signal type. We need to compare just the number side of it to this. If equal, we set it to here and break. Goes takes it on this path. Set number of confirmation flag to the unique identifier. If it's not the correct one, then we try again. Alright, that's good. Now, once we have broken out of this and we have it set, now we need to confirm that it's been set. So we current energy target, write into variable B, we compare item. If it is null, then we wait. This is checking to see if it has ever broken, and if it has broken, then we restart the process. We wipe the registers, and we compare current energy target to null again. And wait until it is null. I shouldn't need that. Current energy target P1, because current energy target is determined by this guy. So if that ever reaches null, so this is where I need to check that this thing has the green flag, and then I wait until this goes null. So if I need to change this, then this needs to be the flag value, confirmation flag, which is now the register value. So we wait until this gives confirmation flag. Instead, I could broadcast, instead of the confirmation flag, I could try to broadcast the entity itself and see if it registers itself. So read from parameter confirmation flag. Instead, we send value A. All right. Before we do that, let's check with this one. Before we do that, let's check with this. You send a signal of no, I do actually have to do this in tandem. I can't do this alone. Okay, never mind. We'll do it here. So we'll update you. Subroutine. Load. We have a unique subroutine. We get signal. Move this around. Signal. Match. Signal A, entity B. Signal C. I should do that. We no longer need this. Compare number. If A and C are the same, then we copy blank to signal. Alright, now, what happens if our confirmation flag is ourself? So what we do is we do temporarily self and use our self as the confirmation flag and set it to A. Because now we check here. We loop over everything this guy. And what I'm going to do is, because I suspect this is going to behave the same way. I'm going to ping a unit. And notify, and set them both to entity Bravo. And then set you to something that won't break anything. Go. Alright, it gets its identity. Unique identifier is working. This is working, but this is done. Really? Oh, it's beautiful. That isn't working the same way anymore. Which means I might be able to use it as I might be able to flag itself, which would be a truly unique identifier. How much processing do you get? Does each unit have a finite amount of actions it can do? Nope. Something I've encountered. There is a maximum amount of ticks that can happen, or maximum amount of operations which can happen per game tick. I have coded systems, I have coded behaviors which single-handedly break the game by doing too many things within one game tick. So there is a hard limit on the amount of things that a single bot can do per tick. I do not know what that limit is, but it's really high and relatively easy to work around. Recently watched some Alpha Star analysis. Micro was so good when uncapped that it would select a perfect number of stalkers to target an enemy. Minimum overkill damage, insane. Yeah. The AI stalker stuff on StarCraft is beautiful. It really is beautiful. There's no other way to describe it. Okay. So I think I can fundamentally change this such that I could use a proper unique code, and by that I mean literally pass itself as its own variable, which would be amazing. So instead of this confirmation code with number stuff, let's try this and see what happens. Because the signal here is itself, which, let me double check, just to make sure this didn't break too. This should ping itself, and then notify cub. Yeah, okay, good. All right. Can you reduce enemy effectiveness by introducing a ton of fluffage in your flow? I do not understand the question. Alright, so if this can take itself as a signal now, which the other deprecated function could not, this means I could use this guy to broadcast the signal, the target as the signal, which is nice. So once we receive the unique identifier, which happens here, I could take that unique identifier, search for it, set this here as, set the entity into the, give it wireless power, and then rather than send this into our signal, we copy alpha into the signal. Now our signal is the entity itself, which we can then read here. And if signal. We branch on this, an if entity. We loop until we get something on this signal. Now we need to double check, verify. So if entity, actually, will that, because that'll loop back into itself. Let's just undo this for now. Don't exit. Let's just do this. And ping. Entity B and ping signal C. If this works, then this should be an entity that can be pinged. Otherwise, I'm gonna save just in case we crash the game. Alright. This will need to be running in order for it to work, so let's get this running. Signal match should be relatively easy to do. Signal P1 entity alpha read signal results into identifier, energy request identifier, energy transmitter identifier. Yes, here we go. And then the same thing here. Loop this back onto itself. Signal needs to be request identifier. Alright, to entity Bravo. Signal goes to radio output. And done. The rest of this should just work. It should just work. So it'll broadcast the value, which then... I don't care if this works right now. I will need to... I'm wrong. This will not work, but I don't care because I'll need to get past this point. Okay, so you... should be value 1 and unpowered 0. I know it's waiting for something. Okay, so this guy, stop you. Let's do, just kill you off entirely so it doesn't break something. All right, so now this guy should function. We'll get a unique identifier and then wait. Unique identifier is 1. Good. And now we'll sit here and wait for this guy to give it something. This guy cannot give it something until it finds something. This is the thing it needs to find. Moment of truth. Yes! We have successfully paired these two. Okay. Now this guy's receiving power from here. You can see it highlighting. Extra glowy yellow outline. And this, I didn't give an exit code, so it'll just keep going forever, pinging this stuff. Which means this works now. Like, I was a few minutes ago, I was complaining about having to redo it, but the reason why it was so much difficult, why I was so invested, was because the previous deprecated one was jank and just did not work properly. Like fundamentally, something like half the flags you put in there just didn't work. It would literally choose random stuff, even things that didn't have signals. So I had to make a whitelist of signals that would not break the game if I used them, which was, you know, a different kind of problem to deal with. All right, let's stop this. This guy should go back to waiting for another... Oh, no, that's super broken. Okay, never mind. I saw that one coming. Alright, so two things. One, I need to fix this guy real quick. I know you're having a good day out here, but you need to come over here and deal with some stuff. This needs to go drop off here. And request one Blight controller, please. Blight charger. Of course you put it in here. Like, otherwise this thing is just going to take forever to do anything. Which is kind of a joy kill, but it is what it is. Let's check on... not this. Down here. Okay, this is... these are incrementing this silica sand by 1 every, like, 30 seconds. Or not at all. Alright, so this is not incrementing the silica sand, which makes me very sad. It is possible that there is a limit to the size of the object that can be what are you doing over here? Size of the object that can be incremented here. Which I have to play around with then. So let's do this here, and then this here. Get this rolling, just keep the corruption going. There's unit placing functionality in the code. Someone out there will probably make something that wins the game by itself. Oh yes, oh yes. It's just these are all problems that you have to solve along the way. Alright, so this... it works. So now what I need to do is, once we have achieved this, we can leave on the signal... once we have achieved... alright, so we get signal self. And we check... do I need to verify? No, this just needs to do and let everything else handle. So now we need to check our own signal. We broadcast signal. Once this is done, we just take it, put it on ourselves, and then be done with it. There's nothing else to do. That's not true. We need to check if it's the same one as us. Signal A. If it's ourselves, then we copy to it. We copy signal C or ourselves to our own signal. And then we copy value blank to register, and we break. end. I think we'll exit here instead, so we don't restart the process. But first, we need to go over all the way to the beginning and do a compare check, compare entity of self in A to our signal. If we already have a signal that is ourself, then we stop the program outright. If we don't have if their signal is not ourself, then we aren't linked, and we go through the subroutine of getting our own process, or getting our own unique identifier, and then send a request off to the requesting machine, request controller, and wait until we get a signal back that we have been linked. Once we get the signal back, we verify that we are linked, and once we verify that we are linked, we turn off our signal, or rather we set our signal to be ourselves and turn off the visual, and then be done with it. Okay, so now this guy needs to operate slightly differently. Because from here, once we get your unique identifier, send it off to request, and we receive a request. Now, instead of broadcasting confirmation flag, the confirmation flag will be the unit itself, which makes this whole thing a lot easier. Is there a way to assign a specific behavior to a prefab unit? Couldn't find anything when you last checked. Yes, there is, and I will show that off once I'm finished with this. Because I will be mass producing my military again. Because I need to reinforce the units that were lost. Because, you know, they got lost to a Kaiju. Alright, so once we've received a signal, we scan for the unique identifier. We find the unique identifier here. We have the unique identifier. So we link to it and then copy to the flag indicating that we are linked to it. Now we read current energy target, the signal of the energy target, and wait for it to reply that it has been linked. Now that it has been linked, or at least it has changed. Now that it has been linked, yeah, I don't need to change that, because it will be broadcasting, it will specifically be broadcasting itself rather than... Wait a minute. This one, it was broadcasting its unique identifier before, which means this, I need to check specifically for the confirmation flag, which is compare entity of B, and the signal and B should be the same. If they are, then we wipe our own signal out and we clear our visual. And then we wait until something breaks. Alright, so let's clear this. There shouldn't need to be anything here to clear. I don't need this anymore at all. Confirmation flag P4 is not used anywhere. Good. Confirmation flag. P2 is not used anymore. Good. This. Now we need to check here. Nope. We don't care what it is. Okay. Okay. You would turn this guy on first. I guess it doesn't really matter. Uh-oh. Who grabbed it? Did someone grab it? Something worked. Let's try it again, but from the base use case. Which identifier did it use? Some of these were active. All of these should have been active. And I'm thinking that they should all be broken such that they could not retarget. Because these were originally meant to retarget. And I'm double checking to make sure none of them retargeted. And it's just the code breaking, not... Okay. None of them retargeted. Good. So we're working on this guy. So we turn you on. Let's... Radio outputs. Energy request identifier. Wireless transmitter. That's not right. This should never change. Why did you change? Wireless transmitter identifier P1. Because the signal here that should be fine. They never set P1 anywhere else. So if that changes, it's because it changed here. That should not change. Okay. Alright, so we start this guy first. Why did this turn null? Okay. Go. Why is that going null? I swear, this is madness. It's finding cyan, not finding cyan, and therefore it's outputting null. It's not finding cyan because there is currently no cyan happening, like at all. So why does this output? I hate so much. Okay then. So I can't do it like this. Instead, this swarm takes you in advance. Yes, yes. Okay. Alright, as long as I know that I can work around that. So I just can't have this be... I cannot have this be a... I can't have this be the output parameter and the input parameter, so I need to have it be a variable. Okay. Where else do I use this? P1 is also used over here. So let's do... Because it outputs identifier, no identifier means supposed to be found means no. Yes, the previous one didn't overwrite. It just, if it didn't find something, it just didn't operate upon it, as in it wouldn't copy to it if it didn't find it. So it's both finding it and finding that it's nothing and rewriting it with nothing. Whereas the previous one didn't do that, so I was able to do this just fine. This does mean I need an actual second operation here. So this needs to be, I don't know, let's pick variable, which variable is not used yet. Doesn't matter, we're gonna have to redo all the variables here. Variable A to B, I'll do C. So if C is nothing, then so if nothing was found, then it will overwrite C and go back to here and keep overwriting C. If C was found, or if P1 was found, then it will write the outputs to C, which should be good. And then we'll do the same thing over here. Signal D. The signal here. Now we need to read the signal of B. And output to P3. Which is just copy D to P3. So let's do that. Instead, copy value D to the radio output. As this is the unique identifier. Okay, now I need to check the signal of unit A, which would be C, except this will change. The signal will change, so we need to wait for that. We'll put the output into C. We'll compare C to see if it's equal to wireless transmitter identifier. If it is equal, we wait for it to no longer be equal to the wireless transmitter identifier. And once it has changed, specifically, it will output the value of the target that it is linked to. It will specifically output the entity of the target it is linked to. Then we will move on, at which point, what's going on here? Okay. At which point, we will read the value of you'll read the signal of the receiving energy receiver, check its signal. If it is equal to its identifier, which why am I reading from radio output? I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Energy request identifier. Because it's immediately copied here. But it makes more sense to read from here. If it is equal to the energy request identifier, then... Do you want bug findings at this stage? Should it be silent later? You're more than welcome to... give bug findings now. Just understand that this is all new and novel stuff and is likely to not work the way it expects to, and that what you and I consider to be a success are likely to be different. So I will have patience. I just also request that you have patience if things do not go the way you expect them to. Okay, read signal here. You think currently something happens to the second part of the transmission, like a freeze and read signal? Yes, like if this never happens because this unit becomes null because it dies, then we'll get stuck here. But this should happen within 5-ish seconds. Within 5-ish seconds of... This whole thing should happen within 5-ish seconds of enabling it. So you don't have to worry about it too much, as long as someone doesn't make a request and then literally die 5 seconds within the next 5 seconds. And it is something you have to take into consideration. Given most of these things will be making requests upon creation straight out of the factory, I think that won't be a major concern. Alright. Is there a reason to keep it small? The code? No. You can go as big as you want. This one is relatively small just because I don't have a reason to make it bigger. To string out the functions. Okay, and once it is no longer equal, once this is the signal, this is no longer equal to... Do you have the ability to make preset blocks? Yes, subroutines. Variable C. Once it's no longer equal to its own energy code, then... I could... This should be fine because any difference means that it is reacted. But if I can specifically set it to check for exact the confirmation code, which I'm not going to do right now, this should work. Blank this out, go back to the beginning. So limited number of values. To my knowledge, no. There is not a limit. I don't intend to find out. Subroutine for task failed X time should be a good idea. I haven't explicitly tried to create one of those yet. Those are mechanically difficult because the building blocks which you usually have to work with, like say move, will hang literally forever. So if you say move, if fail, try again, will never actually happen because it gets stuck on the move unit phase. Well, that is mechanically difficult to make a task filled X times thing, or logically difficult. Okay, just every one of these stop. You are a cyan unique identifier. This parameter is no longer necessary. And then it's just testing. This is going. Signal off, signal off. Okay, step 1. This is our controller is now waiting for wireless energy transmitters. Go. We get a value. We now have a unique identifier of cyan1. And now we sit here waiting for our controller to tell us what to do. Our controller is waiting to find cyan1. Did I not set this? Controller? Let's restart. Stop. Stop. Clear. Clear. Alright, step 1. Start this guy. And we're now waiting for an energy transmitter. Energy transmitter, go. You get yourself a unique identifier, and now you're waiting. You keep your unique identifier. Good. You also kept your unique identifier. Good. Now you're waiting for a target. Hello, target. This is your identifier. Let's go ahead and get you a unique identifier. Unique identifier obtained. That means this guy should send it off to here. This guy should send it off to here. It has received the unique identifier. It has broadcast the unique identifier. This has not received the unique identifier because it is broadcasting to 0. How have you done this? It's broadcasting to the wrong unique identifier. Alright, let's try this again. From the start. Need to watch this again. Undo ready output as well. In this case it's easy. I set foo 0 to add 1, each read try to foo, then foo ready to go back to listening to broadband. Case it's easy. Add set foo 0, add 1 after each try, read foo greater than bar, go back to listening to broadband. I don't really want that. Not in this instance at least. But that is an option to break out of the infinite loop. And will help for the edge case where a unit dies within 5 seconds of being created. Like that's good, I just don't know that I want to spend the time to do that right now. Because that only breaks out of the case where the actual requester unit dies within seconds of requesting power. Which only ever happens on unit creation. Okay. So why did this guy get the wrong identifier? No, wrong one. This one. Why did this one get the wrong identifier? Start signal. Did I not update? No. Yes. Missing this. We need to update the wireless transmitter identifier with the value of C. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now we do this. Now we wait here. Don't have the benefit of the short circuit anymore. We enable this. So now we have this guy with a unique identifier of 1. You are waiting. You found your target who's waiting. You've set the radio channel to 1. So now it's broadcasting 1 to here. You know, I guess I could do this without radio channels. If I were to set this signal here, I could do it without radios, which means I have the ability to save the radio channel. Let's continue the test here and then I'll check back. This guy is set. So requests here. And that looked like a full completed. This guy is now back to waiting for a new transmitter. And this guy is linked to here and is... Alright, so this guy's now linked to the cub. And the cub is getting power and is broadcasting a signal of itself. Okay, so this just worked. Fully, completely just works. I should be able to duplicate this as many times as I want, for as many units as I want. And I want a lot of them. But first, we do a few checks here. 1, purge the confirmation flag, no longer need it. Set unique to the same values. Energy request here. Set confirmation flag. Come on. Okay. 1 parameter. Okay. Same deal here. So yes, now this is waiting. This section over here just waits to see if the unit has died. Because if the unit has died, this will unlock. At which point, it will go back to waiting for a new thing. I'm seeing now that I never reset the unique identifier, so it kept its unique identifier, which is a problem because it told the system that it no longer needs it and should have stopped. So 2 things. 1, purge this flag, undo confirmation flag 4 in the description. And when this is done, if it is equal to null, should actually have happened over here. How did it get here and didn't... Oh. No. It just picked it up that quickly. It's just way faster to give it credit for. Okay, target unique identifier. Good. Okay, so I think I can do this without radios. Because oh, that's going to be an extra level of checking. So this guy's signal is never being used, which means I could broadcast a signal here of something. Now, what could I broadcast here? I could broadcast the signal of the wireless transmitter to say when it has... Is that true? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Because I would need, in order to communicate this, I would need to no, because I need 2 pieces of data. I need which one to go to and the energy request. And I cannot put them both onto the same register. Okay. Never mind. Do you have access to arrays? Nope. No arrays, which is obnoxious. Labels subroutine local? Yes. Yes, they are subroutine local. Okay. As usual, Incursus picks up some game that needs 3 masters and 100 hours to do a basic left click. A pseudo arrays are easily possible. Yes, pseudo arrays, which is kind of sort of what I'm doing here with the unique identifier thing. Because when I get this code pasted over, I'm gonna power all these on, and they will all order themselves into a list. Mind you, if I power them all on simultaneously, they may they may do something silly like take all the same list number, which I'm going to test out. See how that works. But we are about finished with this, so we're going to redo this. Now you got me tempted to actually put in the check for this guy. Because you're not wrong. It would be possible to error out or to time out here. And the chances of it ever happening is never in 20,000 hours. But like, it's possible. No. Stop it. That's how we end up going down a rabbit hole that never ends. Okay. Save everything. One, we save... This is wireless energy management. Wireless energy auto selector, wireless energy manager. Oh my god, did I not save this? Oh, I didn't save it. Okay. Wireless energy manager, done. Got the behavior here. I'm gonna grab this, request wireless energy link. Wireless energy auto selector, request energy link, recurrence. And now we come over to this one specifically. And we do wireless energy auto selector, and we overwrite recurrent behavior. Done. Okay, and then we start with this. Energy request removal. Registers are clear. Cyan. Let's start with 0 on this. Just so we know it's not used. Empty U out. Library. Blueprints. This to your question earlier, Zinc. This is how you do it. So I'm going to go over to the wireless energy manager and copy this one. Save current selection. And we'll see it comes complete with the configuration when we save current selection here. Which means I have the light, I have the radio transmitter, I have the behavior controller preset with its variables, and the internal component with all the code on it, and all this. And I'm going to delete the old one. So now we have everything pre-made, so when I could just put this one down. Alright. This, I want to do the exact same thing. We remove this. And now we save. Current one, wireless energy transmitter, automatic. Save current selection. And Done. Okay. So configure it in the world and then save it instead of configure it in the menu. Got it. Yes. You can do it from the menu. As you know, you can just change things in the menu. Like I say, if I wanted to start with a signal here, I could just put the signal there to change the blueprint. In order to change the behavior controller, you have to right-click on the behavior controller and then load it in. I know it doesn't say that anywhere, but to change the code on the behavior controller from the menu, you have to right-click on the behavior controller. To make it a counter in subroutines then. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to avoid making an entire library of subroutines before using them, because that could just keep going on for a very, very long time. I'm aware that making a basic counter that just like ticks up a certain amount of time would be particularly easy to do. Truth be told, I've used that kind of counter a few times already. As you saw, just going through the unique identifier, just adding +1 every time was something that I used once on this alone. But alas. So what I'm gonna do is clear this out. Gonna have to update. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I could just copy paste all of this. So now, why are you different? Okay. It seems to be relatively arbitrary to which color it uses, but at least doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Okay. So all of these are ready to go. This is ready to go. These are ready to go, and the army is here and completely disconnected. Great. Let's copy you. Paste onto these guys. Realizing this is... I saved this. I didn't save this. Oh, good. Set you to 0. Let's do this. Request energy link. Library. Back up here. Wi-Fi laser cub. T2 bots. Delete the old one. Save Wi-Fi laser cub. Okay. And done. Alright. And these guys should be all ready to go. Copied on the 12 units. Except for the bits where it didn't copy onto any of the units. Because they're all still have the olds. Alright. Individual copying then. Okay, so power you on. We wait. I'm going to turn all of these on simultaneously and watch it break. Yeah, okay, big shock. They all got the same unique identifier. We can't power them all on simultaneously. So we just power them on one by one. Looks like we power them on too quickly as well. We have to wait for the unique identifier to be fully... There we go. And it takes longer each time. Ah. Okay. For every unique identifier currently active, it takes longer for it to identify. That's annoying, but not a big deal. So let's just power you on. Power you on. Power you on. Power you on. These guys should be able to power on relatively quickly. You get to see them all. Okay. And then from here on out, every single one of these creatures that gets created will get their power. What happened? Okay. Why did you get skipped? You didn't. Okay. Do we conveniently happen to have the right? No. We still have extra. Guess we'll power these on. Time to go take another break from packing. Oh my. Got places to go. Okay, so now we have ourselves a little bit of an army with 5 more slots available. So let's go ahead and boost up our numbers a little bit by producing 5 more soldiers. Go. I know we have some soldier components lying around. There's at least one in there. I think we have exactly one. There's no way. I know I've got more than that. Because we had like Did I really leave that many corpses around? I know we fed a bunch of them to the Kaiju. And we definitely lost a few to the group up here. Haven't been picked up. These guys are going nicely, except for the bit where this is... Oh, we're full over here, okay. Traveling up to Michigan to see the fam, the girlfriend's flying in. Oh my. Gonna visit Windsor while you're up there. Understandable. Look at it. It's just going. Every time they come out, they just get automatically paired to an energy transmitter. Watch. We're gonna watch it. It comes out. It requests energy. And it receives energy. Ta-da! And now it's paired. It's an energy receiver. It's so beautiful. As long as we have enough energy receivers, then... as long as we have enough energy receivers, we can just keep reconstructing these. Which means all we need now is a flag to check if we have enough energy receivers and reconstruct robots from that point. That's it. That's all we need. And then we have constant basic military units. Automatically replenishing, reconstructing military units. Okay. So now we fixed that problem. Freaking deprecation nightmares coming for us. The big problem we have to deal with is income. So let's get a pair of these basic miners. miners. Basic miners. Start this going. Infinite loop will be achieved soon. Could make a check a variable if one bot is currently being paired to it doesn't pair the same ID when you can turn them on also. As it stands, I do not have a way of checking that. The basic ID system which I have currently implemented does not allow for that kind of feature set. I do not know how to do that at this point in time. Not at the moment, at least. You know how to do it? Know how it might get convoluted? Everything so far has been convoluted. Like, I don't know if you were Remy. Have you seen the mining operation I've got going? I don't know if you've seen the code behind that. It gets real convoluted real quick. I mean, obviously it works to a substantial degree, but convoluted is a good description. Might be an issue first at castle. That's what I'm dealing with right now, but I'm just kind of living with it. I just don't care to fix it. And drop off before going back out. Doop. Okay, now go back out. Okay, undo these. Okay, military online. This area looks really good, and I'm probably going to set my stuff up here next for harvesting. But first, I want to get a Roomba over here. Units, Roomba, let's pick one. You're the base Roomba? You're base Roomba, okay. Roomba. Let's name you specifically. Home Roomba V1. Do unit require that power station at all times? Yes. Yes. Well, technically no, but the effort it would take to dynamically determine whether or not they currently need the wireless connection is insane, and I don't know that I want to even attempt to do that. But technically no, they only need it while they are off the grid, which is to say while they are off the blue snaking spider web around here. MAC address like situation. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going with the, You know, that is actually a pretty good idea. Just MAC address everything. The problem with MAC address is that requires putting a behavior controller on literally everything, which, while fine, is just not how the game is meant. The game fundamentally does not help you with that. Like, the game... it is not one of the things that the game is, one of the play styles that the game is intending you to play or designed for you to play, and so in order to do that, it becomes suffering. But, could do that. Firepole on power stations only. So that's what I was going for with the unique identifier. And due to the nature of them only being required, or them being required permanently, I just relinquished the unique identifier back to the Ethereum after it was used once, because it will never need to be used again. And that's why all of these guys are currently broadcasting themselves, because it serves as an indicator that can be programmatically assigned. They have already been linked and never need to be linked again. So that even if something happens, like say I rerun this code accidentally, they check to see if they already are linked and then cancel so they don't link a second time. They're set now, right? You could use hub to ask for its power station if it's occupied. I could, but what I'm doing here is instead, if something happens, like say the laser bot dies, then it will again just ask for another unique identifier, a fresh new unique identifier. So same kind of deal, only it's the wireless transmitters doing the requesting rather than the controller. As in, the controller just sits there and waits for someone to ask it a question, and it is the wireless transmitters that are doing the questioning. Hey, you're going through here all fine and dandy. It is beautiful. Okay. So if you lose 2 units at the same time, it's broken? Technically, yes. Which is possible. They would have to be within the same tick for that to happen. Or, no, I guess it would... Not within the same tick, but within the, Not within the same tick, but within the time it takes to get a new... So that could be within a few seconds of each other. You know, that is a problem. There's also another problem that I didn't resolve, that I should probably resolve. And that's I can't reboot these without causing a problem. And say if I were to stop this and start it, they immediately unlink. Which is not great, because these things have no way to know if they've been unlinked. So one of them will be unlinked, and I don't have a way of algorithmically determining which one is which. Let me think. I also really want to exterminate this Kaiju. It's just so much. I'm pretty certain we can't beat it with this group. Like, this is not large enough. Like, it does splash damage and it one-shots things. It's a dangerous combo. Your idea would get slower to charge the more charging is done due to lack of arrays. I'm pretty certain the way your idea works is you have arrays that cycle around to anything that needs power. So let's say if I were to have 5 arrays and 10 units that need power, it's just whenever a unit needs power, it requests the main controller for power, and the array just cycles to it until the unit no longer requests power, and then goes back to being idle, like it unlinks and goes back to being idle. That's the idea you're thinking of, yes? And for that, of course, we require MAC addresses on everything. Which isn't a bad idea. Like, I do like the idea. I don't know that I want to commit to putting MAC addresses on everything. Opposite unit requires power. Controller asks each energy source one by one, which is free, then does the rest. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. I may not have said that properly. Okay. Where you can still have a unique ID system in a way that you don't need to do it manually. I don't think I would need to do it manually either way. The unique ID system, it would just be the MAC address system. That's slowly what I'm working toward. Heck, at some point, everyone's gonna have their own unique ID. Is that controller be asking units? Ah, no. That's not what I meant to say. Because that sounds horrendously inefficient. The units would need to ask the controller, but yes. Let's see. How am I doing tonight? I'm doing very well. And yes, Roomba's on parade. Oh, speaking of Roombas. Roomba. Conveniently located. Go collect goodies over here and try not to get Kaiju'd. It's totally getting Kaiju'd. Why does this look so different from the other Desynced videos you just joined? I don't know. It should be pretty darn similar because it's the same save file. We're literally rolling around with pretty much the same ball of Wi-Fi laser cubs that we've been since near start. So I don't... Gameplay-wise? Oh, because I'm rolling around with a bunch of laser cubs rather than being face deep in the flowchart right now, which is like 90% of my everything else related to this game. Normally, I'm just here all the time, 100% of the time. Like 95% of the time. Until an alert comes and brings me out, which I handle, and then go back to doing it. We can roam so far. Alright, let's see. This guy, how are you working? We got these operational. There. Just collect, please. I don't even know that I want to have a dedicated bot here. I guess I gotta, but like... Oh god, that is a trip. Okay. Let's put this here for now. We'll redline this guy. So I don't need to hit here. And then we'll have to get a dedicated bot. Refine. turn off this. Current solution needs end power sources to support end combat bots. You are correct. It's 1-to-1. Mind you, combat bots every time a unit is off the grid, anytime a unit is off the grid, it needs power. Like, period. There is no... You will always need 1-to-1 ratio. You cannot have any unit that is not actively powered by a wireless transmitter will suffer a debuff that will get it killed. It must, every single unit that is in combat and off grid must have a constant stream of power from a wireless transmitter. Which is why I'm utilizing this and not going for something more complicated, because once it's bound, it needs to be bound 99% of the time, and the 1% of the time I just don't care about. Because these guys are going to be off the grid for a vast majority of their lives. The only time I'll have them on grid is because I want them centrally located so that they can react to something. Or they're crossing to get to the other side. So it really isn't a big deal, in so much as once something bad happens to one of these units, then I can redo it by having it freed up. Which is the idea I've gone for, but like, meh. One thing I can do, I can make it more manageable. Okay, so I need to do two things. I need to adjust this transmitter. Oh god, I've got to relink these. Alright, so I need to science this. Two things. One, we need to take this loop here and put it over here. This... Because every time I press play on here, it resets the thing. Which is fine. It's just not great. Hello there, Destroyed. Welcome back. I need this to not restart in case I have to restart this program for whatever reason. Let's see. Theoretically, you could power a power field bot, but then you have to hope all the bots stay in the bunch. Yeah, and that's just not worth it, because as you've seen, the pathing is less than ideal. Okay, so this guy, I need to be able to press this start behavior button without breaking this. And to do that, I need to have this over here. So we need to do... Let's see, visual and register should be clear off of this. Should I clear the visual and register beforehand? Let's just clear everything beforehand. So we'll do copy. Copy value blank to signal. Copy value blank to visual, which is what we're doing here. Signal and visual. Copy value blank to here. Excellent. Because things get scuffed all the time. Current energy targets should be something unless it is null. So what we do is we unlock, and then we compare entity, compare item. It's fine. Compare item, because it needs to be a null check, and entity does not do that. Value here to null. If it is equal, then we carry on. If it is different, then we wait tick. Wait ticks. Well. Alright, if it is not null, then we wait 10 ticks. If it is null, then we blank everything, get an identifier, and move on. So I should be able to turn this on without losing our guy here. Let's find out. Which guy is this? This one here. Oh. Let's just leave you here a moment so you can see. Also, this is why we don't have an energy... we don't have energy bots. Because... Okay, you know what? Stop it. Everyone stop it. Y'all not... This is not okay. Good. Okay, so that guy who's a little separate is this one. So when I do this, it should get stuck here and just wait constantly. Good. So now I can paste... I can't paste everywhere. We do actually need to bring them back. Alright. Okay. Try the research tree? Yes! Research tree. We haven't gotten further down the robots tree. At least not much further. I did this epic structures research, but I haven't gotten scouts yet, which I want to do. For everything else, I did some Blight. Gave us the terraformers, which are quite nice, though terribly slow. Human tech, still not further. Virus, not further. And there is your tech tree to work with, which is not super into a lot of these. Did you unlock human by scanning human structures? But what I want is scouts, because these guys are amazing. You know, getting military command centers, like, probably is a reasonable idea, because they have movement speed of 4, garbage durability, but a movement speed of 4 and 2 medium slots. You've done 3 others, but you can't find human. Did you get alien? If you've done 3 others, like, you have basic, which is always there. Like, that doesn't have to be unlocked. But there's only 4 other tech trees, and if you have 3 of them, it implies you have alien tech, which last I checked is not implemented yet. And you scan them without the scan? The scan is in the basic tech? Is it basic tech? Advanced tech. Right here. Scanner. Basic Blight advice. Okay, okay. Yeah. Scanner tech is right here. Under advanced. Left side tree. You do the same with signal loop mash to determine if the unit is alive or dead. I don't need to in this case, because if a unit is dead, it will come back as a null value. And as you guys know, we have null value checks everywhere. So once the value is null, I can just move on. Alright, so let's resave this guy, this guy. You have like 100 hours and you didn't find it. Yeah. There's a lot of commentary that can go around about the current state of the UI. Although, in my opinion, half the reason the UI is so difficult to work with is because the underlying mechanics are difficult to work with. It's like trying to paint a picture. It's like trying to paint a landscape, but the landscape is a nightmarish, jagged nether realm. It's never going to look, if your artistic depiction of it is not jagged, nightmarish hellscape, then you've done it wrong. So it's not really the UI's fault, because what they're trying to describe with the UI is already madness. So you need to, in my opinion, they need to fix the madness before the UI has a chance of being understandable and intuitive. Okay, we'll save this. Also means we need to go into the library, blueprints. Energy auto here. We need to edit you and swap this guy for the updated one. Okay. Time to purge him with Space Marines. Adeptus Riders loadout. Power Sword Bolt Gun. Yeah. Alright, so what we are going to do is we are going to stop every single one of these. This guy doesn't need to be adjusted. These will need to be turned on. I should adjust these two, because otherwise it's going to take them a while. But let's do this. Let's do this. All the way down. Guess none of these should be active. Good. These need to be adjusted too. Let's put an unlock here. I think I don't need to do anything else with this. At the end, I would like to set the set number of the unique identifier value to 1. Just so it resets itself. Oh god, I modified one of these and I don't know which one it was. This one. Okay. Resave you. Quest for this energy link. Overwrite with current behavior. Someone's getting murdered. Excuse me. You got killed right here? Uh-oh. How did you get killed here? We've already cleared this out. Alright, well, now we need to know. Now we need to know to go over there. That was our Roomba. We gotta inspect that area again. Let's see, we'll save you. Set you specifically to 1. Like so. And now we need to redo the blueprints. To T2 bots. Delete this bots. Fire laser cub, save current selection. Done. This didn't need an update. This we already updated. And this I believe we've just updated. Alright, so copy, paste onto everyone. Miss anyone? I think not. So now when we power this on, or enable these, should be faster. Much faster. Look at it. It's instantaneous almost. I get a unique identifier. All 18 of them. And now we just gotta power these guys on. We hit the tick rate limit. Which one? You hit the tick rate limit. Alright, so we need to wait ticks. 1 here. This will hit a tick rate limit as well. No. 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 Okay. Now we gotta update it all over again. You gotta go pick up your GCSE. Oh, congratulations. This link? It linked. Okay, it linked and then finished. That was very fast. Okay, that was instantaneous. Alright. We're going to stop you. We are going to unlink you. We are going to undo you. We're going to turn you back on. We are going to grab this. Okay, that worked. Why? We've exceeded loop recursion limit. Nothing about this is recursive! Why are you yelling at me about being recursive? Oh my god. Loop recursion limit reached. What about this is recursive? Why? Oh, it's just an anomaly. Nothing about this is recursive. I hate that. Okay. It's fine. Go. So this guy is different. So we need to update these again. So let's kill this, stop this, kill this, resave. I think I already did this, gonna do it anyways. Request energy link. Definitely need to do the blueprints again. And good. Okay. Might update all of them. All right, now power you on. Restart you. Good, and go. You get powered. You get powered. And 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 you get powered. You get power, and you get power, and you get power, and you get power, and you... It's all worth it, eventually. It's like, oh, get power. A loop signal match are recursive. No, they're not. No, they're not. Nothing about that is recursive. Delectable coding frustrations. Yes. 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 Delectable coding frustrations. You know, it is satisfying to watch this work. The only reason it's so slow is because I give it extra time to detect things. They loop on themselves. They do not loop on themselves. They just repeat. There's a very, very big difference. Looping on themselves would be this. Would be this. This is recursive. This is recursive here. This is not recursive. Fundamentally different things. This is not recursive. This is recursive. You see the difference? Okay. Doesn't matter. Game says it has a mental breakdown. That's the normal state of the game. We need to go avenge Roomba. We also need to make a new Roomba. Let's make a new Roomba real quick. Roomba. Yes, but it's the only thing you can see in your code that could loop. Yes, it is the only thing in my code that could potentially loop. Which means that it's not a recursive error, it's just a strange way of describing... a strange way of describing... a not really relevant issue. Alright, here, recharge here, search here, storage here, go. Guessing an undo button's not a thing. There exists an undo button, it's not very far. You did see a lot of strange behavior. Yes! They broke the basic add command, and yes, this morning's update, they had an update today. And it broke the basic add command, so I had to go redo a bunch of my code. Make it work. That's a thing. Either way, we are, I think, finished here for the time being, unless I want to restructure everything. You'd find a way to auto-farm Blights. You think that is awful? Yes. I've been auto-farming Blight for a long time. These guys have been gathering Blight for us. I've expanded to a bit more, but that's also not new. So, that's good. We're currently at 6,000 Blight in storage, just hanging out. Got a lot of Blight. Now we need to find out what murdered our Roomba. A bunch of drops here. I don't see Roomba drops though. Where Roomba? Dropped items, scattered resource. It was here. What happens? Where are my robot components? I don't see robot corpse anywhere. Your bot can't get them from the farm. Alright. Sounds like there's more going on there, and probably a missing detail that I may need to inspect more carefully. Perhaps something you don't recognize as an issue. These guys just got lost. Alright. Oh, I need to change the Roomba recipe. Let's... put you away and request a storage device. Small storage. Okay. Let's go to library. T1 bots. Roomba V1. Edit U. Undo capacitor. And then add in a small storage. Cute. Better. Well, hello there, Miss Raider. How you doing today? Welcome in from the party. How you doing today? Did you enjoy your casual cleansing of the wastelands? Storage. Give one storage, please. Thank you. And now you can go back to cleaning the world. Cleansing. Alright, so Vengeance Squad, find out what happened to our buddy over here. Because I don't see a mess, and I know it didn't get cleaned up. So where is the mess? Who's the culprit? This investigation of the murder here. You always get the idea that at some point you run out of space. How much space do you have left? This is an infinite world, so yes. This is another new game. This is Desynced. Not quite new, but a game that I've been relatively addicted to because it lets me code things. And I can code robots that do things for me. And right now I'm taking manual control because I'm trying to do some detective stuff. But the whole point is that I don't control things. Instead, I write code to do it for me, which is my favorite way of playing a video game. Probably not one that this is probably not one that you'd personally be interested in there, Raider. But I'm big on this kind of game. At least this kind of game makes me happy. You have put a piston into a superposition. Do not. I do not want to finish that statement. Okay, this is where bots come to die, so we don't stay here. This is the corpses. Okay, well I don't know what happened to our other Roomba. They appear to just be gone, so we'll have to write them off and move on. Speaking of moving on, let's go over here. If you tell your bot to go get item Blight, you can't tell them to get it from what the search near element can't detect the equipment that grab Blight from the air. I just read that as it was written. So I'm not entirely sure what that was meant to convey. If you tell your bot to get item Blight. You can't tell them to get it from what the search near element can't detect the equipment that grab Blight from the air. All you do is get the Blight harvesting equipment and have them physically sit in the Blight region. That's it. Like, they don't do anything other than sit there. English isn't your first language? No, that's fine. Like, by all means, Lord knows if I try to speak German or Spanish, there's a reason why y'all like whenever you try to get me to speak other languages, because it's funny. It's just, may need to rewrite things every now and again. You're doing well. They don't have you just give them the Blight extractor and have them sit here. Like, they're not, you notice how they don't have a behavior? I zoom out, too loud. They don't have a behavior, they don't do anything other than just sit there. But the transport bot doesn't grab the Blight from the harvester. Oh, okay, so Blight requires a Blight container in order to work. Notice Blight cannot physically go into the slots. This is a storage slot, this is a gas slot. Blight is a gas, it cannot physically fit into a storage slot. It has to go into a gas slot, so you have to use one of the gas containers, such as the Blight container, small. There are a bunch of different gas containers, any of them work for Blight. Specifically, I'm using this one here because it's cheap. Same way, this bot has a Blight container that has a gas storage module attached to it. Does that make sense? You've put a piston to do a superposition. Sounds like a very Minecraft kind of statement. Look at the Blight shield, it's beautiful. Alright. Okay, what was I looking for here? Is this done yet? Yes. You store here, and you can operate here. Nice. Now, can I grab you? I can. You get off the network. You do a this whole transport route thing. It exists because I'm going to describe it as it exists because the UI is bad enough that it can't operate. The developers have been kind enough to give us a short circuit. What did Mindustry looking game? Having fun, I hope. Yes, very Mindustry looking game. Very Mindustry style, complete with the behavior and logic programming, which makes me very happy. The bot does have the container, they just sit near the harvester, and I can't tell them to grab the Blight from the nearest harvester. That I don't know. Obviously, mine is working just fine. That's exactly what I'm doing. I have a bot here, it sits here, harvests. In fact, it's sitting here not picking it up, because it's not picking anything up because this bot is already full, and is not dropping off because the drop-off point is also full, because it's already dropped everything off. So I'm not sure they're destroyed. I would offer to help, but that's not the kind of problem that can be copy-pasted into the chat and I can look at. If you had a behavior problem or something that was not working in that way, then I would be able to, you know, look at it. But different situations, you know. Okay, so many bots, and so little things to do. Which means I should start working on next to research, which is this guy. The Mark V, which has a movement speed of 5. Oh my god. This thing's an actual tank. Speedy boy. I want these. These are definitely better than scouts. Only thing you can see is you don't use the internal one, the small one. I use the small one on some of my bots. It's just the internal one is cheaper. So like this guy, for example, he's running around with the small one. It does the same thing. Alright. These guys now need to be fixed too. Because my off-grid builders have been borked. Let's do this. This is the small power one. Alright. Signal, loop signal match. Signal here, entity here. And if entity matches these, then I read signal of A into B, and that should just do it. Okay. Good. Let's see, this is off-grid builder. Overwrite with current behavior, yes. Yes. Okay, and you are set to small power field, go. Done. Little ants running around doing ant things. Done. Is the red spot? Yes, yes, yes it is. This one is circuit board, but that's not a big deal. In fact, let's just copy you to here. Set you to circuit board. Basic circuit board. Standard. Circuit board. Parentheses, and then staging area right here, and go. Great. Okay. Unfortunately, it's not a Minecraft statement, it's a beat your maker statement. Oh no, basically you could use a superposition to detect the player kills her. Oh no. I was wondering, it's like, I was at the moment you said Harvey detector, I was like, it's gotta be pistons and it's doing some kind of position madness. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, I'm not surprised, but I'm also disappointed. Okay, so now we should have... So I think what it is these things can only increase the... Or maybe it's because they're too far away. Does it have to fully enclose this? Let's find out. You chain this into making the base harder if they kill Harvey. Oof. That's gotta mess people up, because if you can change it... So one of the big things that messes people up is if there's randomness or variety. If you can change it such that the map functionally changes, like guards going different paths and such, or just even paths opening up, just to mess with people's muscle memory or careful choreography, then that does incredible amounts of work against what the players are trying to do. That is to say, against their ability to make it through the to make it through your base intact. So I'm going to test getting this closer to see if it has to be fully encompassed in this in order for it to increase value. And if that's the case, then I can probably have to use drones for it, but it's fine. Basically gonna be a monster at pizza end. Yeah. You remember the maze base I made? Like when the insanity finally slipped and I made that lunacy of a base? That time? The one thing that I didn't do is I didn't make it change. As in, once you've gotten through, you don't have to worry about it. But I could have done something like added illusory walls, so as you go through it, it can change based on whether or not you've been through an area, or change on the way back out. Mind you, I was specifically being kind, even giving the players a shortcut out. I didn't want to be that evil. But I could have, and that's what matters. This is inside the potential silica region that I want to harvest. Let's finish clearing it then. Just to check to make sure there's no bugs. Looks like we got some glitch bots, but no insectoids. The first person you've had run it because you put it on live. Ah, understandable. Neat. Gonna do another few hours of testing singular rotations of mongers for the most consistency. All right. That's that sounds like fun. You know me. I like the experience. God. Once we get Mark 5s, which have a speed of 5, like those are going to be amazing. Okay. Go, curious bot, go. Oh, back up. I need to start coding a thing for automatic crusade so that we can more reliably navigate the world. Because we've explored quite far, but not far enough. Okay, how is this looking? The thing is, the things I need at this point are mostly inside. Okay, so 2464. Let's see if this triggers it. Wow, that is slow. 5/8. I think it's gonna go to 6. Okay, that didn't trigger it. Okay, so whatever it is, it needs to be further out, or it needs to. I suspect it's probably capped at like 300 probably. So let's redline you, copy you, paste you here, here, and where this cub is. Okay. Okay. You currently want to get the research that permit auto-renew resource in Blight. Yeah, that's what is interesting to me, because that does work toward a potential for an inevitable escape from, potential for an escape from this endless suffering. I also realized my deconstruction Qbot needs to be redone too. Because once you get that tech, you can just kind of move on. If only bots weren't so slow navigating the Blight. That's what the Blight devices are for, yeah? I'm kind of surprised no one has come through looking to share their codes for the in-game behaviors. It's half the fun. We hunt the bug. No lose. Okay. You know what? Survivability via volume of firepower. That code frightens them. Understandable. It frightens me too sometimes. Here's a pretty much my, but with change, small change. You know what? I can take that as a compliment. Oh god, there's so many. Get close. Fire in every direction. They can't kill us if they're not alive. So glad we got the power system worked out. Okay, I'm gonna slowly regenerate. You know, I tried some of the shields, and the shields are nice, but they really... I feel like they just don't do enough. We're gonna start losing power here. We have enough batteries here to live. I need to push this before they respawn. We'll just live on our batteries for the short period of time we have to combat. Okay. Alright, we're back. You go over here, just in case someone gets attacked, you know? You go over here as well. Better. You guys sit there and hang out for a while and recharge. This guy is fully out of power. Whew. That was close. We almost lost them. Alright. Good. Did fix the behavior of the outer search. Oh yeah, I completely redid a lot of the mining bot stuff. I don't know if you were here for that, but a lot of the mining bot stuff has been massively redone. It should look very different from what you've seen before. And quite large and in charge. Harvest all this. Great. How is this coming along? Aside from being far away from the base. Okay, 254. And still 254, 240. Yeah, okay. I saw this was working on some of the smaller patches. I think there's just a limit. That limit might be 200 or 300. Why don't you share them in the Discord? You're going to validate them. That's, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's do that. I will say this, though. These things are not perfect. They still have their problems. But they are better. They have been upgraded. The transport bot also now relies on a signal checker, which now relies on a signal checker, which checks to see if it's running the same signal as itself. I also need to redo these and make them use signals rather than random stuff. Don't use mid-electric power, way better. Don't use mid-electric power, way better. Which one is mid-electric power? Harvest team miner. Let me copy these to clipboard. So let's just do twinned basic miner because it's probably the one that's gonna work. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's copy the actual harvest team. Yeah. Desynced harvest team twin basic miner. Because this will include everything for you. A whopping ridiculous amount of... That's not as large as it should be. Did they change the encoding? I think they may have changed the encoding, because that was like 1.5 thousand characters long when I was copying it before. It is no longer. So we have subroutines stacked inside of subroutines. Multiple layers deep. We intend to extend power. Oh, yeah. I just haven't needed to extend my power recently. I did all this long before I got the medium power extender. I'm using the medium power extender for some things, like the new things, like the bots, for example, but for a lot of these, I just didn't bother. Okay, storage block as well here. Okay, I'm thinking this is gonna hit this guy with 3 of them. So hopefully that works. Alrighty, have a good night. Here's what. Good luck out there. Need 5. Leaving 5-ish out? Oh wow, okay. Well, good luck out there, man. What was the name of those silica grow components? Silica grow components. These are Blight growing components, and I'm using them on silica. Blight magnifier. Alongside the Blight terraformer to make it work. They were working over here with these crystal chunks up to a value of 200, which is why these have values of 200. So I didn't keep it going for long. Then I'll probably turn this region into our Blight chunk crystal harvesting. Everything else is looking good. Okay, I still don't have a list of... Oh wow, we are suddenly very unstable. Or at least moving quickly toward the instability side of the purple side. I don't know how to fix that. Doesn't describe it anywhere in game. Get the tech nodes don't need to expand now. Pretty much. Mind you, I'm still expanding somewhat because I'm still relying, for the moment, I'm still relying on it vacuuming up the world, but I have the tech to do the renewable resources. I just haven't actually gotten the renewable resource infrastructure up and running, so I'm working on that. I don't know what the ratios are to keep things renewable, because even with renewable resource tech, if you mine it too fast, you will still exhaust your world. But I just got to be careful about that. Okay, no, you need to harvest this one. There we go. Okay. So I need to watch this very carefully. This one might maintain. This one, there's 0 chance, I think, of it maintaining. What is that stabilizer? Didn't understand that. We got glitches here. No, stop! Holy smokes! Look at the thing pathing directly into the glitch while actively trying to walk away from it. You move over here. Move over here. Move over here. Okay. Can you add a condition if resource supply lower than 200 go on to another one? Yes, and I intend to do something like that. I just want to get the ratios a little bit so I get an understanding of what it needs to look like from an infrastructure perspective. Because, you know, otherwise we just miss out. It's still weird to me seeing us have enough silica. Actually having enough silica income, it's not normal. Mostly because we're probably not spending money enough. Okay. Could do with some more drone packages. Launch this. Can we get down here, or... I think so. Yes. Yes, we can. It is beautiful. Specifically, what I would need to do for the renewable resources is, if resources is less than, like, say, 150, then stop mining. Wait till it's back up to 150. I just want to get a feel for it before doing that, so I know generally what the ratio of Blight reconstitutors to harvesters actually is. Like what is that ratio? Okay, so this is not keeping up. This one... C186... 187... So it looks like neither of these are keeping up. Which is really rather unfortunate. Because that means just 2 basic miners are able to outpace 3 blights. Okay. Just checks the closest. No, I've seen it do multiples. Is that true? Yes, it is true. I've tested it out. It does actually do multiple. It does more than it does an AoE. Holy smokes. Well, there's your Kaiju. Nice good look at this one. Go on, get out. Go. Well, that's unfortunate. Wow. I don't know why this isn't attacking, but I'm not sad about that. No! Stop it. Okay, so we lost a lots of good stuffs in here. And I'm gonna need to get that back. Okay. This is fine too. Like, I know the Blight regenerator regenerates everything in the AoE. It's not just one. But it's certainly incredibly slow. Alright, so I lost my entire Blight crystal harvesting team. Wait, hello. Where are you? Oh, he survived. Almost my entire Blight crystal harvesting team. To this nest in particular. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. I'll have to go deal with that. I need to figure out how to deal with that Kaiju, man. Is your attack bot getting external power supply? Yes, yes it is. Hello there, live action pixel. Welcome in, cheeky raid. Oh my. Welcome in. I believe you've not raided into us before. So tell us, what were you playing? What was your channel about? And welcome in. Looks like you're doing some Desynced, which is a good time. Lord knows I've been heads down in the behavioral side of things, and I've got halfway to the Grey Goose scenario. First time played in Desynced? Oh my, well, what did you think about it? As I'm curious, because first time Desynced, it's definitely has some strong thoughts coming around. Chat's helping you learn stuff? Understandable. Well, I will say this, around this channel, I tend to do things that are ungodly amounts of like heathenously complicated, but I do enjoy explaining them and such. To put it in perspective, you are aware how you can copy paste your behaviors around. When I copy my behaviors, they break the Discord chat limit, character limit. Because they tend to be quite complex. But that's what makes it fun, because that's the kind of stuff I enjoy. So we do something like a basic miner. It does a lot of things. It checks for a lot of things. It's got subroutines that do even more things. It's got subroutines that do even more things. It's got subroutines that have subroutines inside of them. I like coding things. He broke Twitch chat with the Woody Sends. Hey. Yeah, it's freaking 500 character limit on chat. Figured that one out. Fair warning, the Discord is chaos. Yes, it is. Well, I hope you've enjoyed. You are the anomaly. You can desync the simulation and save humanity.
Don't be persuaded by Higgs. If you have read the human logs, you can see that the old civilized...
Okay. Lore stuff that doesn't seem particularly well fleshed out yet. So right now, I'm taking a mild mental break by setting our army out on a bit of a scouting mission of vengeance. I need to reconstruct our... I need to eliminate that Kaiju is what I need to do. Okay. Tiles discovered, great. I should be able... This new unit, Mark 5. I should have the resources to build a couple of these, so let's do that. And in terms of weaponry, what do we want to load them with? Blight turrets, small turrets, RBG lights. That's cool. That's cool. I told them the bugs get bigger. Oh, yes. Yes, they do. Let's see. Plasma turrets. Hadron didn't mess over your power sword. It's about time. Range of 7, DPS of 15 compared to these... Oh, this is a small? Oh my. Where the medium has a range of 8 and a DPS at 20. But that's the medium turret. The plasma cannon, on the other hand, is a range of 12. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to put a plasma cannon on this. You need to understand the adjacent building That's relatively simple and fairly easy to explain. That I can do. Let's do a quick explanation of one of the more simple ones. Here we have a metal refinery. Very simple. It takes metal ore from here. Speaking of metal ore, why are we not getting metal ore? What you doing? You're just on the other side of the world, so it takes forever to transport it back and forth. Okay, so that's fine. Let's go back to here. Here, hey, they just dropped a bunch of it off. Alright, so metal ore, right here. It's just putting it here. There's no other logic on this. It's just an empty box that gets filled with metal ore. This guy handles pretty much everything. So the portable transporter, what this does is it lets the building act as a bot in terms of logistics. It can handle requests, it can move things from one place to another. It doesn't just allow it to move things in and out of its inventory, it actually handles things such as a bot does. That is to say, if this guy requests something, this building can grab it from something way over here on this other side and transport it directly over to this guy, because this building now has arms. This building is where some logic exists. Specifically, this building is outputting everything in its storage out to here. Very easy. That's really it. That is everything for this. These guys, the individual smelters, they will make a request on the network for ore, which causes any ore in this drop-off box to get grabbed by this building and dumped into these little smelteries. These smelteries are set with a storage to store everything in here, in these smelteries, in the main building. So these guys these smelteries make a request for ore. This building finds the ore next to it, so it just grabs it and puts it into this smeltery. This smeltery takes whatever's in this smeltery, dumps it into the building. This building takes whatever's in the building and dumps it into this output storage. That's it. It's the reason why the 1x1 outside, not 1x2, because the only 1x2s that exist only have medium components, or have medium components and don't have small components. This 1x1 structure has 2 small components. Smelters are set to teleporters only? Yes, that is correct. So normally, when you make a request on the network, any creature, any bot, any building nearby will attempt to fill it. I have this set by right-clicking here to do item transporters only. So whenever this building makes a request, only ever item transporters can fulfill that request. That is to say, bots cannot do it. So let's say if this smeltery right here makes a request for ore, a bot cannot come, grab from here, and put it into this smeltery. Or at least, it is disallowed to doing so. Obviously, it is mechanically capable of doing so because a bot can just come over here, grab it, slide around the corner, and drop it off here. But I don't want that to happen because there's a perfectly good transporter here, and I don't want bots coming over here and causing traffic. Instead, we just let the building handle it. Thus, item transporters only. To back up your other question as to why the 1x1 and not 1x2, and also, I do use 1x2s for the exact same setup, but these are medium slots rather than small slots. Notice how these have 2 medium slots, and these have 2 small slots. So I purposefully want the small slots, because the small slots is what does metal bars. The medium slots don't do metal bars. Alright, where's my north? Here. Okay, so now we have these 2 new bots that we haven't played with before. Let's get some plasma cannons. Medium? Yeah, medium. Beacon bots. I do need probably 2 more regular twin bots. So let's do a harvest team laser twin miner. Let's do a basic twin miner. 2 more of these. You guys come hang out over here. So there's a speed bonus for putting a small item in a bigger slot. I have no idea. I've not heard that before. Also, I just remembered that I left these running. Which... Okay, these are back up to 200 and got stopped because I haven't been adjusting this. Okay, so I need to put logic on these to stop them from the harvesting. Stop them from harvesting things. Get them in trouble. Okay, then let's do that. Let's see, where is this? Let's request one assembler. And then we need to do a behavior core right here. Also right here. There is, go try it, works for turrets too. Really? Interesting. Does that happen to say that anywhere in the codex? Because I don't remember seeing that in the codex anywhere. Small turret at medium slot will shoot faster. That's interesting. I like that. That's cool. Attack speed, not really the biggest thing. I'm more interested in range. So we do plasma cannon here. This is a lot of power usage. This is 2... In order to run these, we're going to need 2 Wi-Fi power adapters per bot. Okay. I think the only place it was mentioned was in the Discord at some point. You know what? That works. If that's true, then yes, I could swap these out for the building that has the medium slice slots, put the fabricators in it, and just get them to work faster, which would be cool. I don't particularly need it, because as you can see, we're sitting here not processing anything due to not having iron ore, which is just because we can't, I'm pretty certain just because we can't transport fast enough at this point. Because we need more transporters. Because we're literally so far away that it takes us forever to transport. There's a twin basic miners. Alright then, just copy you, paste, paste. Power you guys on. Good job, team. 50% for any up tier. Interesting. What happens if you put a small into a large slot? Is it bring it up to... Does it double that? So it's plus 100%? Not that I would want to do that, but... Okay, now we need a transport bot. Convoy. Go. Being a small and large is still only be 50%. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Gotta deal with the Giga Kaiju over there. I'm gonna try kiting it with 2 plasma cannons. Let's see. Let's request a behavior core. Here. Because we've made these things so generic, the behavior cores should just work. put them in. Need to start coding up this guy over here. These get their cores. They did great. Behavior controller. Sweet. So I don't need to have anything. These are going to be locked on, so I really don't need... Okay. How much spoiling do you want? Because you have an idea how the Giga Kaiju fight would go. Oh, I don't mind spoilers. At least not for this game. As if you're going to say poorly, then I imagine that's not a surprise. Okay, so we need to get closest entity of type, let's see, or type. Let's see, how, okay, or type. Resources num of a resource. Okay, so what we do is we 6 movement speed. It has 6 movement speed? Oh god. Okay. Well, I guess I know how to do that. I think we still do kiting though with the plasma cannons and the 5 movement speed, as long as we bring it to the edge. I think we can make it to the edge too. So you have to test every block? Yeah, yes you do. Okay, so this gets a specific resource node. So we need to do get closest entity of type this, or I need to give it a specific node, which is probably the way to go. Alright, so target or, because once these are set, they should never change. Alternatively, I could do a bot that runs around and dynamically harvests where available, which is probably the better way to go, because otherwise we have these machines that are less than active most of the time. Yeah, okay. We'll assume this is a bot, not a building. Okay, so ore type. So we'll give it an ore type, so we need to boop. Entities in range of, we just max this out because it will max at the unit's visibility range, and we check ore type and we get an entity out of it, and of the entity type we need to match, yes, match entity with resource. If it is a resource, if it's not a resource, we go back. If it is a, no, I can edit the filter here. Must be a resource of this ore type. Then we do this and get the results. Get resource number, put that into B, and then compare number. If number of B is less than, let's go with 100. Let's go with 150. Give it extra safety for now. If B is specifically larger then 150. We go and mine it. We move to, and then attempt to mine. We move to entity A and attempt to mine it. Okay, they're not near Kaiju. Speaking of Kaiju, let's go check on our bots here. You're looking good. You need a Blight charger. Give. And you hang out over here. Ore type will be Blight Crystal. Beacon bot will be here. Drop off point is here. Once you have your Blight charger, you should be good to go. Send these guys back out into the field. Okay, activate you. Restart you. You are good. Alright, and there should be nothing nearby for you to attempt to harvest. Can take the long way around. We'll go harvest this group over here. I think this is out of range, maybe. Okay. Speaking of the speed bonus, you're better on putting magnifiers at a large slot since it's quite expensive. Yeah, that's something I'm likely to do because I need all the space I can get in order to make this thing work at all. Put you on your hotkey again because y'all got murdered. I also lost, the bots that I lost were the high quality ones too, which is really rather unfortunate. Also realizing that we're near the edge of the world here, so let's continue exploring. Because if I can replace these with larger slots, in fact, we can test this right here. If we do a large building slot instead, how much faster does this go? Because if you get 50% faster on this slow madness, that would be amazing. And Cody really don't love the game. Yeah, there's a lot of different colors going on. At least sometimes it doesn't move much, you know? Sometimes. Oh look, bugs. Bitrate more than encoding. Yeah. The encoded bitrate isn't particularly happy. Yes, destroyed. To go back to the power topic, we have a system here. We have a wireless energy manager, and all of these are being managed by the wireless energy manager. So whenever we need a unit, whenever a unit across the world is off grid and requests power, the wireless energy manager will find a wireless energy transmitter and assign it the transmitter, which is nice. It makes a world of difference in our ability to actually do things. And cannon. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and get... Alright, that's fine. Speaking of which, just go ahead and get more of these going. Because I need them. Oh, hold up. These come with the wrong... I don't want them on those bots. I want them fresh. Let's see. Wireless energy transmitter auto. Copy to clipboard. There we go. Nice and clean. Rallies keep running off in separate directions. You're doing high 5 STG. Oh! You know, I find myself doing the same thing. But that's because I'm overconfident. And yes, it does bite me in the butt often. These guys found where they need to go. These are under construction. Great. I should put a beacon. Let me get some more of this. We're getting ways away from the base, but that's okay. I have half a mind, especially for all of these one-off devices and modules and such. I have half a mind to make a sushi build kind of deal. Because this, it's getting to me. By that I mean it's getting to my bots and all the traffic they're causing. Oh, hello! You guys have decided to wander into the darkness. Which is concerning. Bring it back over here, please. Actually, wait a minute. This is peak crystal duplication. You know what? We've already got plenty of crystal duplication over here. We don't need every crystal. There are a lot of Blight crystals around here. I'm gonna need to restart the game. Yeah, this is definitely one of those games that once you've gotten your blueprints together, it becomes way easier. Like that is the difficulty curve of the game. Whether or not it's like a roguelike game. You get stronger not by unlocking new things, but by making blueprints. Okay, we're not fighting Kaiju. Okay, we're good. If Kaiju out of nowhere comes, we're losing every one of these. At least most of them. No need to put extender on mining bot? Yeah. Well, put in an extender on mining bot, I still think is the way to go. Because I don't want mining bots going off everywhere. I do actually want them sticking together-ish. Therefore, I want to have a single beacon by which they orient themselves. So, I still need to have a beacon bot and have them sticking relatively around. Nope, we got too many wounded. This is some high density hive. Not those two. Come on this way. Time to purge. Excellent. More hive. No, they did a lot of damage very quickly. Oh well. Well, you know what that means. We've got available slots now. Alright, so these guys still took... Alright, they still copy-pasted the values from the other one, which is unfortunate. But this guy's available, so that's cool. We can just undo this then. And they will become available for use. So now these are ready for new bots. Behavior controller. Nope, nope, nope. I need plasma. Plasma. I do not have a repair center because I don't want to have... I have repair bots that I can send around. I don't have a repair center because I don't want to send my bots back to repair. Instead, I just have repair kits on everything. So they regenerate over time, and that way they can just keep moving around and they will repair. But yes, I am aware of the repair center exists. I do have a triage area if I really need to. I am currently electing not to. I don't believe in shields. The problem I have with shields is I can't put a shield and a repair kit on. At least not while keeping behavior controller, and the behavior controller is very important to me. So between shield and behavior controller, or between shield and repair kit, I would rather the repair kit. Because if I rely on the shield and we take kits, because the shield doesn't really stop you from taking damage, it just reduces the damage you take per encounter. I still have to send these guys back to heal. Which is fine, nothing wrong with that. It's just, I would rather not, you know? Especially when we're this far out from base. But it's, you know, it takes a while to get around the world. And I'd rather not send the bots back to heal when I could just not do that. Cub's not an ideal combat ain't. You are correct. So with enough power, you don't take damage. Yes, yes. And I can do that with a creature that is not the cub. Because cub is just not that great on combat. These guys, however... Speaking of which, I don't have enough shield generators. Let's make more. So for this... Oh, what did I want to build here? Beacons. Yes. Let's get another assembler here. I think we do actually want to put our shield generators here. Alright. Shield. Guess there's no reason for me not to do the big one, eh? Not request, construct. What is the beacon for? I intend to use the beacon to mark this position specifically because I have to keep checking here, and I need to click on it. Alright, so move unit. Now we need to mine. This is where things become an issue. Because I don't particularly want to use the mine commands, but if I don't use the mine command, you guys know what the consequences of that are? And my basic miner here doesn't, or my mining subroutine, doesn't do specific mining values. How do I know how to do the pattern for the unlock? How do I know how to do the pattern for the unlock? Which unlock, which pattern? And is you're just setting a register, setting that to the miner of choice. The problem is with the mine command itself, or the miners themselves, because the miners themselves are kind of dumb. I don't know that I want to. I don't know that I want to deal with it. On the 8 square, the turn blue and red. Oh, it's got instructions. If you press the question mark, that should answer your questions for you better than I'm willing to at this point, because I don't want to go find a building to show it off. It's just a basic, I'm going to describe it as a basic kitty puzzle. Is my current miner, as good as it is, doesn't... It just mines until something is gone. It doesn't consider how much you want it to mine. I could change this such that it mines a specific amount if given a specific amount, or it mines infinite if given infinite. No, I can't, because that's not how the game works. Okay, problem. Problem. That's not how mining works. Okay, ooh, oh boy. How do I solve that? Alright, the problem. The problem. Mining does not mine a select amount. It mines until the inventory has a specific amount of item in it. In this point, at this stage, this bot is mining until it has infinite items. Typically, now this is me modifying the command so that it never stops, but typically when you mine, it will give something like the inventory size or such. So if I were to do like mine 10 will not complete. Mine 10 will mine 0, because mine 10 will say, oh, I have 36 items in inventory and you only asked me for 10, so you're done. So I need to remake the mine command, or I need to make a different mine command such that it specifically mines an amount rather than however much is in the inventory. Yikes. Okay. Okay. Pain. Did I not? Oh, I requested. Beacon do infinite. Okay, that's pain is what that is. Can you use a third bot to take from the miner's inventory? I mean, yes, but not useful in this instance. If you pass the specific node to mine in which you have P1, it doesn't care about amounts. That's the problem. I needed to care about amounts. And I needed to care about specifically the amount I give it. But the basic mine command, not using any behaviors, or if I don't use a behavior, if I use the basic mine behavior, or if I use my current behavior, then it doesn't work. Because none of them care about the object, and instead they just mine until inventory. So I do actually need a new miner. Or I adjust my current miner to accept specific parameters. Why is a large beacon different from a regular beacon? And why? Okay. So I can change my current miner such that if I give it a specific amount, then it mines that specific amount. But I think I don't want to do that, because in doing so, it will be different from how the rest of the game interacts. So I think I will be making a new mining command, which is... Oh my god, we're doing this again. Okay. Method used the Blight regen was only to mine to the resource amount left, drop to 150, and stop. Yes. The problem with that is it won't stop until its inventory is full. Which is fine for one bot because 150 is perfectly large enough buffer to not drain. It's a bigger problem if I have multiple bots running. So what if I have 3 bots that decide to go hit the same node? They're gonna drain it for 240 before they check, which just kills the node. So I need it to mine small amounts. I can either have it mine small amounts, which means I could lock the inventory of the bots, and so inventory is full. No, because the inventory is not full, and and the mine command will not take the full route and not stop. If I were to lock the inventory and then use the basic mine command, it will at most mine 20 before moving to drop off and then get. Which means unless I have 7 bots mining the same thing, which is not going to happen. Very unlikely to happen. Unless I'm on a big node, at which point I could have 12. Still very unlikely, very unlikely to happen. What's wrong with that one? Well, let's see what kind of solution you've got here. Let's just grab this guy. Current test. Unnamed behavior load. Loop entities in range. Get resource node num, move here. This would probably work. Because this is checking. Because it's not using the mine commands and then going. This does suffer the problem of pathing. Because there is a good chance that this move unit fails, and then the unit will get stuck in this loop. Never able, either this move unit will stop here and will leave it soft locked in its position, because you're not checking for path blocks. There's also the where it'll go around and never actually get to this, or never actually get to this. So there's a whole mess around here. Miners will stop mining if you set their target to a parameter or signal that goes null. That's a good idea. There's a whole mess of code you have to do in order to make these two work consistently, mostly consistently, which is what I was looking at before. But this is similar to, this is pretty much what I was intending to do. Is that true? No, I think I was intending to have wait ticks in there for a certain amount of time to measure a specific amount. But this would work. With fixes. I think this is probably the way to go. Just constantly check resource number, and if the target resource is too low, then don't. There's going to be another problem with this. And that if the resource value is, it hits 150 and then stops because you hit 150, so it 150. If it hits 150, it'll stop. Smaller equal than 150. Well, this is reversed, but whatever. It's fine. For the purposes of example, if it hits 150, it'll stop mining. Then it will go back to the entities loop. It'll break out of. You don't have the breakout set. It'll break out of here, go back to the entities loop, find the nearest next entity, which will be the same one because it's the closest entity. Because it'll have gone through here, goes back to here, goes to the same entity, which means that the first thing it'll check will be this guy, the same one we're just mining, which has a good chance of being 51. So we'll start mining again, and then get stuck basically mining the same one and almost waiting for it. But if it finds that same node and the time it takes for it to stop mining and go back to mining again, if it's different, then it will break onto a different node and go around. And it will try to mine every nearby node. Before returning back to this one. More accurately, it'll try to find every nearby node before it starts scanning. Before it starts scanning by closest again, which is fine. That'll work over time. Might get stuck on one node at the beginning and end of the loop, but that's no big deal because it'll eventually get unstuck. And then okay. That would be fine. I should do it over here. this beacon done yet? No. Why? Stop it. Are these guys heading back toward the Kaiju? Not yet. Huh, okay. It's fine too. What's going on? We have no iron. So these guys decided to go deep into the darkness instead of returning to base. Understandable. That happens sometimes. You just gotta live with it. Acceptable losses. Our iron ore is not doing anything, which leads me to believe they have harvested an entire biome, which is exactly what they have done. Okay. So anything else nearby? Nope. So you guys harvested that biome nice and clean. We were already up here, but we can go back up here again. So let's do this. And just hang out over here. I'll start over here. What's the effective distance between using the default miner with limited inventory slots? Giving it a size limit as parameter, shouldn't both stop at the given count? Yes, but the given count for the basic miner is your inventory size, whereas the count we need it to reference is the size of the node, of the resource node. These are not necessarily the same. Let's say I have this guy over here. This guy can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 bots mining it. The inventory sizes of those 12 combined bots is larger than the maximum value that this node can have, which is 200. So if I have 12 bots mining to inventory size of this node, they will consume literally the entire node. And then there won't be a node left to regenerate. So I need to make sure that the logic that I code for this takes into account not the inventory of the bot, but the node value. Speaking of which, let's just power you down for now. No, I'll let you go. Which is fine. Which is kind of sort of what I'm trying to do here. So the move unit probably want to do a different subroutine for this. And for that, we need to do a few things here. We need to... Will this need to be on grid? These will always need to be on grid. So there's no reason to have them off grid. So I probably don't need to worry about power so much. But get battery. If they were given something that isn't a node... C5, get battery, good. Target distance, too far away, which means the move command failed. Let's see, compare item. This is also the null check, so if the loop gives it a null entity, which happens sometimes, this will be a success. Is that success? No, that's the difference. That's checking for distance issues. Okay. And then... Why did I do it like this? That's just a weird way of going about it. That's right, because I can't compare it if it's null, so I need to null check first. And then I could do if it's equal to, well, no, it's fine. I see, as it said, handling the weirdness and scuff of the null checking. Alright, resource number. So this is where things are going to get exciting. So I need to mine until this needs to not have a battery check inside. This needs to not do all the battery check stuff. I need to have this be a can mine type thing rather than a do mine thing. Just add a validation check at the end of the twin mine, so it doesn't mine the ore if it's less than 150. Yes, that is an option. At least that is doable. Is that something I should do is the question. I think what? No. I think I want to do an entirely different mine. And no, because if it fails, it still throws out nulls and just breaks the whole thing. I swear this is the worst. I need to do a check if it can mine before trying to mine, and then I need to have the try to mine be a renewable friendly situation. Where's this guy? Oh, he's way over here. Are these guys not in their new position yet? How have you done this? Oh, they failed to path around. Okay. I see. In that case, we're gonna have to manually walk you around here. Okay. Can show you your setup. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm thinking about problems that I haven't yet encountered in game, expecting to encounter them. And I haven't worked around it yet. So we need to scan until we find a number that is greater than 150. Ideally, we find a number that's greater than like 170, and then stop mining if it goes to 150. So if we do move to out here. Because the move to command, we need to verify if we got there. We also need to do the battery check and everything during each loop. Question is, do we have it on the subroutine for this? Let's try. It's 8 instructions. Oh, you can just if it's only 8 instructions, you should just be able to paste it in chat. Shouldn't be a big deal. Do I have to worry about battery? Because the miners just won't work if battery hits 0. He says just open a 1x1 building in the middle of nodes. Ah, okay, so I don't want to do that. I specifically want it on bots, so I have to deal with battery and movements and all that other fun stuff. I'm interested to see it anyways if you want to show it off. But that's fundamentally not what I intend to do. How'd you fix the behavior of your bot just waiting until tick is finished while the ore is finished? I had it read the amount of ore left, and then use the ore as the metric to determine how long to wait instead of just looping till inventory is full, or waiting until inventory is full. It's not perfect because if you have like 6 bots on it, then the 6 bots can still devour it faster than the one bot is expecting, which is another problem, but it's not a big problem. So sometimes if a bunch of bots are devouring a single node, they'll wait for the amount of time it would have taken them to do it alone, which can have them sitting there for another 10-15 seconds before they move on. But it is very consistent. Oh, he tried posting an image. Yeah, just post. I don't know if Fulani, if you can't, if you can just post the script itself. That would be more interesting. Yeah, let's see what Matt has done here. Let's go back up to here with this. Oh my god, why are you like this? That's fine too. It's an image of your setup. Just I don't know if you're in our Discord. If you post it in the Satisfactorio program channel, that's the appropriate channel for such things. What are you yelling at me for? Okay, you can paste it in there. Is this really full? I mean, it probably is. It's full because metal mining has stopped. Because they can't path, because that's not how this game do. Oh, they did make it. Alright. Sorry to invade it back. Alright, let's see. Move it back, yeah. There we go. Yeah, just loop entities in range of 1 of type resource node. Get resource number if larger than the minimum amount you decide. Then you copy the node to the target, to the mine target. Which there for some reason. Then you use the mine target. And you compare min amounts. And if the min amount is smaller or equal, then you break the mining target and carry on. Where does this set the actual mining? Wait, 30 ticks. Where does this set the actual? And it regens faster than the mine, so no behavior needed. 52 regens speeded up with the efficiency modules and a mix of large and medium slots. So where does this one set the actual miner? Oh, you drag it up to the, from the drill target. You don't set it in the code. And once it stops mining, it's on a building. Yeah, that doesn't. That's not gonna work for the for bots. Interesting nonetheless. Okay, how does this? What? Okay. You, get over here. How does this work? Oh. Is this just a waypoint? I thought this was something else. Never mind. Okay. I'm disappointed now. Small beacon that could be used to build, that can be built to mark locations on the minimap. No. That did nothing. That did nothing. You lied to me. Okay. Your bot's searching or just standing there mining? They would have to be searching. They would have to be searching within an area. And specifically, I would need to put some heavy restrictions on that area. Just regens faster than mine, so no behavior needed. Yeah, that's not gonna That's not gonna be a thing for a while. Okay. So let's get a twin bot over here. I can test with that guy. Still have these. I should probably get these set up too. There are so many different things to do. Holy smokes. Wait a minute. No inventory space to produce shield generator. There is literally inventory space right here. Oh. It was broken. Okay. Do all which nodes recharge? Nope. No. None of them do unless you manually recharge them. The do everything bot? I would wish I could do a do everything bot. Corpses almost always get stuck in glass boxes. Oof. Okay, and then another shield generator. Excellent, yes. Let's bring a capacitor out as well for these, for the shield generator. Capacitor. You need to set up a goal for you. Set up the beacon bot to tell the mining bot and transport bot to get the resource to go get him, so no manual setup. Ah, yeah, the I mean, I've got the harvest teams going out for that, but I'm not planning on doing that with these. Shields don't regen from capacitors. Was I wrong about that? Okay. And how do they regen? Is it's just 10 charge rate? I mean, they do recharge. Okay, so they do recharge from capacitors. It's just only 10 charge rate, which we intend to be giving from the wireless transmitters anyways. So get into here. Oh my god, they're so fast. Oh my god, they are so fast. This makes me happy. Alright, what other things do we want on these guys? Don't need radar. Don't get other components. We can do internal stuff. Blight charger would be nice so we can move through the blights. Visibility modules would be interesting. Repair kit would be good. Stack shields, trust. That's what I'm thinking. We can just go around the Blight. We don't need to go into the Blight, I think, for any reason. I think I do want an internal repair kit, but more shields is probably the better option. At least a second shield generator, yeah. You've acquired the Emperor's own weaponry. Oh. 377 power sword with power cycler. Power cycler 3, slaughterer 3. Oh, and you haven't... Oh my. And you could still probably swap out the melee crit chance for I don't know, Maniac, and that bolter, reload speed, pinning fire, brittleness, reload speed, flak armor. Yeah, okay, you got yourself the good stuff. How do you color buildings? A building color is your faction color, which is under your faction. You can choose your faction. Repair kit will help with the Kaiju, you are correct, but it will help with everything else. Though I suppose since we're going Kaiju hunting specifically. We can swap it out a little bit later. Which also means I should probably swap out the behavior controller. Because we're not going to need it. We won't absolutely need it. These guys should be great for kiting everything else. Alright, well I don't know why the beacon doesn't seem to be allowing me to put stuff on the minimap, but alas. Can the Kaiju be stunned? I have no idea. We haven't done that much in the way of virus tech. I don't have virus weapons of any kind. Not that I would want to get that close to it. Bug possession. Virus tools for spawning hives and bugs. Not unlocked yet. Yeah, I haven't obtained... Oh, I do have this. Temporarily locks enemies from movement. Well, hello there, Jaraz. Welcome in. It just looks like better small component, better small turret. This guy. Not much damage, but temporarily locks enemies from movement. I think, given the way our kiting is going to be working, I think we won't need this. Maybe if I had more bots, I would. If I had a third one, I'd probably do it. I think for now we're just going to brute force it. Come back and change loadouts later. I needed a twin bots. Just bog standard twin bot. What I'm thinking is I don't use any of my current subroutines. Because I don't want to, like I fundamentally want this thing to behave very, very differently. Let's go, I've got all the tools I need down here. Just grab them from here. So this way I won't have to have storage blocks nearby. I can have them off somewhere else. Oh, no, twin bot, because of movement, is going to need Blight shield. Which is this guy, Blight charger. Otherwise, this is going to be an exercise in frustration. Can you use one of your other attack both to do the stun? I'm sure I could put a bunch of stuns on the army and go with that. I don't really want to do that because if something goes wrong, those guys are going to die 100% of the time. These guys can at least get out. How much stuff am I going through here? Not much. So for the moment, I'm going to put these away. And get a couple more shields on them. This is so slow, yes. If I engage with the army, I will lose. I risk every single unit we engage with. I would prefer not to do that, because big old AoE smash hurts real hard. Like, real hard. And it will kill us entirely if something goes wrong. It's not a great experience, you know? Go home. Twin bot will get here sooner or later. Meantime, I think I don't want to do this. At the beginning of every loop, we need to check the resource. We need to check ourselves first. So let's do battery. Research the peace techno. The what? Pretty certain there's no such thing. There's no such thing. You lied to me. What is this? Replicates the bug attacks. Meh. Basic Terraform in Blight. I mean, I have it. I don't know what I would use it for, but I have it. Welcome in. Okay, so for this guy, to get battery, and if battery, put you into result B. If battery number is less than 5, we go next. By go next, I mean we probably just move to, if smaller, we move units to home type. Let's see, home, what do I want to call this? Harvest area. There we go. And then we go next. Would prefer to restart it, so we'll break. And first we want to charge. So we'll call. Select routine. min is in here. Interesting. Subroutines, recharge battery. We go to recharge location. And then break out and restart. Move units to harvest area, and then we start searching. Alright, and if it's larger than 5%, should probably do more than 5, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. At that point, it's having a really bad day anyways. If it ever drops below 50%, then something's gone wrong. Go solve problem. Okay, now, if battery has been solved, then what we need to do is we found a resource that is reasonable. Compare larger, and so we want to move to the unit. Now we need to check distance. Did we successfully make it to the unit? If yes, if yes, then we compare number. Value, compare distance to 1. Then we can start mining. Okay. This freezes on move if no. This does wait on move, yes. How is this looking real quick? Y'all are done over here. I dislike how all of these say they are idle, but they don't have the idle command. Or the idle status. Alright, more crystal. Where is good crystal? Reasonable crystal here. Chances of them successfully pathing there? Not great. Here we are nonetheless. For future reference, basic miner comps supported full-time per magnifier per node in its range. Blight crystal 0.5, crystal chunk 0.25, everything else 0.3, calculated from ratio of work amounts, assuming you can do simple maths. Basic miner comps supported full-time per magnifier per node in its range. So you would need 2 magnifiers to do a Blight crystal for a single basic miner to mine 100% of the time on a silica node. That's what you're saying. Yeah, you can see and see how fast this goes by comparison. Yeah, you can see the difference here. The large is pulling away way above the medium. Alright, so let's get all those done. Signal delete. Let's put one of the Roomba bots over here. Let's see, units. Roomba. Why are you powered down? You are actually off. I can think of no world in which you would actually be off. Okay. This is fine too. Delete bot's coming. Alright. Probably be a good idea to increase the radius of the astronomicon because some of the drones are lagging behind. The drones go to the astronomicon anywhere. They hunt it from across the map. Like when a new bot spawns, it goes straight there, regardless of where it was. Like right out the spawn door. They come out of the factory and then chase it. The only reason they wouldn't get involved is because they're distracted doing something else. Zach burning his vacuum, so now he's gonna go get himself stuck because he's going chasing scattered resources rather than big actual nodes, but nevertheless, here we are. And this is happening in its own satisfying way. Oh my god, there's more over here for him to pick up. I'm going to watch this because I find this satisfying. As it just hunts down crystal across the entire biome. It found more over here. So I was really hoping it was gonna come over here, but it seems distracted. Just having this one guy come pick up all this small little bits. Which is fine. But not super amazing. Honestly, picking it from the floor is way, way faster than mining, but obviously it's a limited time experience. Very limited time experience. Alright, looks like he's found something big, and now we're actually doing some mining here. Not much mining, but the swarm is coming. And working their way over here. Like, ooh, something bigger to mine. Yoink. Anyways, they're going. No significant problems there. And they're not quite near the edge of the... Okay, so they're safe for now. Next, we are back down to here. Okay, so we've successfully made it, or at least need to react to if we didn't make it. If it's larger, then we need to go next. If it's smaller or equal, then we have made it. And therefore, we need to start mining? I didn't check if it's a null. What happens if we try to move to a null target? I need to check if this entity is null first, before doing anything else. Item? Compare item usually seems to be the most consistent. So compare to null. If it's not, if this is null, then we go next. Let's see. I should also check if the item is I'm questioning whether or not I should get resource number first and only do the movement checks if it's... I think I should do get battery after doing the... It really doesn't matter, does it? It will cycle much faster if and that's going to matter to me later. Alright, so we'll do get resource number. We'll do resource first. Let's see, let's do... This is fine. This needs to move here. If not null. grab this guy. There we go. And we do the get battery stuff. Here's the get battery. Alright, so the first thing we do when we find an entity is we check to see if the entity actually exists. Then we check to see if it's a valid mineable, if it's safe to mine in terms of its own resources. Then we check ourselves to see if we are capable of mining it. And then if we are capable of mining it, then we will attempt to go to and mine it. So now we are started to go to. Did we make it there successfully? If yes, then we will mine. So we will do component. Alright, mine? No. Sets to components. Alright. If equal, specifically equal, I guess also or smaller. Tempted to do another null check here. But I think we can let it go. That's why the previous version Bob was getting stuck at the resources null. That's so awful. Yeah, it is entirely possible you do a loop entities in range and you get a null entity out of it. Like there's one entity in range and it's a null entity. That just happens sometimes. You have to live with it. It's also why a lot of my stuff tends to get disgustingly complicated long, because of all these little edge cases that should just... There's no reason why they should exist. It's always because these tools we have to work with are trying to do more than what they say they do, more than what they state they do, but never enough to actually complete the task successfully, consistently. Like mining, resource. All right, you give it a node, not the type of resource, specifically a node, and it will do one of three options. It will successfully do so, it will fail to do so, or it will fail to do so because it is full. But what happens if you get a resource that is null? Let's say if I were to put this immediately after loop entities, and the resource and this value becomes null that you get out of it. What happens is can it not mine the null? Does it successfully mine the null? What happens if your inventory is full and then you get a null value? Does it successfully mine the null? Does it fail to mine the null? Does it fail to mine because your inventory is full? That's it. What's even better, the mine command also includes movements. If you give it a resource node, it doesn't just mine the node. It will actually move to the node and then try to mine it. What happens if something along the movement fails? Does it get stuck along the way? What happens if it gets path blocked while trying to mine? The biggest problem with the mine command is it's a half solution to the mining problem. Yes, it mines, but it does a lot of other things too. And a lot of those other things can fail along the way. And it does very little to take into account the things that it can fail. I can think of 6 different ways that this mine command can fail, which are not included in these places. I can tell you right now, half of the reason why I started doing all of this with the mining is because the thing would fail to mine while being successful. Specifically, if I were to have a bot that has a full inventory and tries to mine a null resource because you dared use loop entities in range without doing a null check beforehand, if this gets a null check, it considers it as successfully mining a null. So if your inventory is full, you will never get moved beyond the mine command because the mine command will be successful, which just breaks the whole thing. It's just not good enough to do what it says it's supposed to do. It's not good enough to do successfully what it intends to do. This is why I don't use it and make my own stuff. And it turns into this mess. I would genuinely prefer if either the commands either were redone such that they were incredibly tight and incredibly complicated, but never broke. Let's go back to the mine command. Let's say instead of having, cannot mine and full and success, you have success, inventory full, can't reach, path blocked, pick all of the things. You will have like 6 different exit nodes here, 6 different dots, different options, and you can actually see which one. So every possible outcome is listed there, and you can see it. And if you don't deal with it, that's on you, but you can see it. That's on you, the player, but you can see what's going on with it. And it's complicated, and there's a lot there, and the mine command is like, oh my god, there's so many things I have to take account to, but it's all visibly there, and you can drag it around through all different things. That would be fine by me. Alternatively, remove everything. You give it a resource node, and you get rid of this full. It's either resource node and cannot mine, and the only output is cannot mine. Why can't it mine? I don't know, but that's the player's responsibility to do it. The mine doesn't try to move to the node. The mine command doesn't try to do anything fancy. It doesn't check inventory. It doesn't care about what's in the inventory. It just activates the laser, the mining laser. That's it. At which point, it could stop working for any number of reasons, and it's the player's responsibility to figure it out and to work around it. But it does nothing unexpected, and it doesn't have many points of failure or anything that can go wrong other than it just wasn't working. And it becomes very obvious if the bot is not next to the thing that it's supposed to mine, and you say mine it, and it just says cannot mine. It's like, oh wait a minute, there's a range in the mining laser. Let me move to the thing I want to mine first and then mine it, and now it works fine. Great. So there's I'm picking on mine, but so many different things have the same issue. It's ridiculous. It doesn't stop with any of these things. So it doesn't stop with them. It really doesn't stop. And you guys have seen over and over again the little quirks I'm dealing with all these times. So this is why I hate working with anything up in here, because all of these are pretty deep black boxes that do multiple things, whereas something basic math stuff tends to not. So I always use this instead. Like, here's another really basic example. Check battery. All right, we check the battery. Is it full? Go here. Is it not full? Go here. That's not what when I want to check the battery, I want to know what the battery is, not whether or not it's full. Instead, if I want to check the battery, I go to the math side, do get battery, and just get the result here. No if statements involved, no logic, just get the battery, and I can do with it what I want. A lot easier, a lot more useful. No chance of it breaking, because God forbid it was at 99.9% battery and it went down the not full path, but wait, it's in a power grid, so it went up to 100% battery. Or, oh no, God forbid, it's full battery, but it's not current, but the grid is at 99% efficiency, so the battery technically drops any percent, and therefore, despite being on grid and having full power, it's still considered... No, just stop it. Just stop it. Just check the battery. That's all I care about. Anyways, mini rant over. This is why things tend to get really messy in this. Did I see the D&D Honor Among Thieves movie? I did not, but it is on ones that I want to see. What would you say is a well-implemented function? You know, I was about to say I think add is a well-implemented function. But as we saw earlier in the stream, it's really not. Is it doesn't add. It's a mess. Though to be fair, that's a new experience. Whatever update they did today broke it. Anyways. Move unit sug to literally every command. It's not, it isn't, I can't, there is no command I think I can think of that's immune to that except for maybe shut down. Which, by the way, where's the jump command? This one's funny just because, like, it's meaningless. By the way, we have a jump command and a branch that comes after the jump command. Let that sink in for a moment. Anyways, you know, I can think of a world where this is doable, where we have a dynamically assigned label, and if we could dynamically assign this to null, then it would pass out this way. Okay, okay, no, that's fine. I was giving it sass for that, but I can work with that. I just thought of a use case where that exists. Anyways, mini rant over. We are currently trying to set to components the miner a value of infinity because we need to set this to infinity and beyond. So we need to do set number of or type number coordinates to, and we use B because it's done here. Here. There we go. I'm sorry, my phone has been blowing up the whole time. Phone calls from things, text messages. I got 3 matches on Tinder over the course of the stream, and I'm getting barraged. I think it's a good word to describe it. Nothing important enough to notably react to at the moment. It's just distracting. Okay, so now we do this. Or type. No, we need, this is not the right one. We need A. No. A is the specific OR node. Does this need the specific OR node? I forget. Does this need the specific OR node? Or is it just the OR type? I think it's the specific OR node. Which means we need to do this with A, not... I can check. Value of C. C is created here from this value of C. C to D, C comes from metal ore resource. Which comes from the minimum. I don't know if this needs... Is target ore here is the actual ore value, is the actual ore entity. Get resource item A. Is the actual target. Then A here is the ore number. Yeah, I don't actually remember. We're gonna have to test it. Hey there, Brevin. Welcome in. Purple Dragon Art. If they're good matches, not wait you do a thing that pays well matches. That's been like 99% of the people I've encountered out in the world, online or otherwise. And it's not even close. These last three have been stereotypically Tinder, which is not a big surprise. Wait, 3? Oh my god, it was 4. What is with today? Like, a Tinder profile isn't that exciting. Anyways, it doesn't matter. What am I getting yelled at about? Anomaly, fine. Okay, so let's try putting this value of A and see what happens here. I'll leave this because that does nothing for me. And I will watch it to see what happens. Oh, wait. Or type, silica sand, harvest area, here, go. Oh, it does work. And it sets the value. Okay. Okay. Alright, so it just changes the values, what it does. So if we do this, that's fine. So it does need the silica sand value, not the target ore. However, if I give the target ore value to the component will automatically change it for me. Understandable. From this point, we need to watch and wait. For the node specifically to be below a threshold. I think I want to set this to 170. That way we get a full... what is it called? Full stack out of it, assuming we're alone, which is not a good assumption, but nevertheless. And from here, we need to do a loop, which I think I don't need to do much of anything else for. We just wait. We do a wait of, I don't know, 10. It's fine. And then from wait, we need to do a check. What is the name of the component? It is a get resource number of A and put the results into B. I don't need this anymore. And then we compare number of B to 150 And if it is smaller or equal, we set to components. Our mining component, an empty value, and if it is larger, we go back to wait tick. Already have a good one there, Andromeda. Good luck out there. Sleep well. Okay, so now we've gotten ourselves a initial mining bot that should be able to handle this. So from here, we then go around and check again. Oh. Oh.
Warning, nuclear launch detected.
Nuclear launch coming from destroyed. Thank you for that tonight. You're going to restart a new game. If you have time for it, share back your beacon bot and your new bot for the mining regen on Discord. We'll do. Gladly.
Well, thanks for the help tonight. Gonna restart a new game. If you have time for it, share back your beacon bot and your new bot for mining region on Discord. Smiley face. Have a nice
yes.
night.
I could do that. It's got something attached to its rear end, and I don't know what it is. And, I think I have no way of finding out. Anyways, all of our ores are looking good. Our factory's at a dead standstill owing to not having anything to do. So let's invest into some power source technologies. Yes. Or this. This is scouts. I like the idea of more scouts. I also like the idea of hyper shield generator. Oh my. Let's just upgrade a shield generator. Alright, let's get this guy going. Component efficiency as well. Between power cores. Yeah, okay. Understandable. You know, let me try something. Onto the floor with all this. We got a Roomba around. Let's do. The scouts are not worth making directly, you don't think? From looking at the price of them, they are better to make directly than they are to make via the resimulator. Or at least more cost efficient. And I'm keen to get a few more of them. 10 blue cubes would be cheaper? No. No, they are not. So last, if I recall correctly, they are. So blue cubes. Each blue cube is a what are these? High density frames and some crystal powder. Or high density frames, well, are expensive. Let's see. What is the ingredient requirements? All right. So 28 iron. Oh, this is not easy to read. Does not exactly show its basic components. 28 iron, 23 crystal, 26 silica per blue cube. Compared to, there's recipe again. Compared to needing the hypercubes, which is 28 per hypercube, 18 crystal, 24 silica. And so 10 blue cubes versus 5 heavy frames. Yes. And also the fused electrodes, which are these things, which are another 22 crystal, 16 iron, 4 silica. I forget. That's not terribly far off. It's like each robotics data cube is 1 dense cube. So that's what showed it off for me, because each high density frame each robotics cube is a high density frame and then a crystal powder. Whereas that's just not the same level here. Like, it's an order of magnitude difference. Like, the scouts require 5 of the heavy dense frames, which is half the amount of dense frames required for the blue cubes. It also requires 5 of those fused electrodes and 1 IC chip. Or 1 IC chip is... This is actually really expensive. And then a few of these, which are similar values. Does that still... So that's 230 silica, 350 iron, and 345 crystal is your cost for the scout. Whereas the cost for using the cost for the simulated scout is, well, it's 10 blue hypercubes and a basic miner, which basic workers are stupid cheap. Yeah, irrelevant levels of cheap. So it's the cost of 280 iron and 230 crystal and 260 silica versus, let's see, 280, 230, 260 versus 280, 230, 260. Yeah, actually it is cheaper to use the data cube. It's slightly more expensive on the silica sound by 30, but everything else is cheaper if I use the blue data cubes for scouts. Well, okay. I have been, thank you for pointing that out. I have been educated. Okay. Okay, now I need to do an inventory check, because since we're walking around so much, I probably don't need to have... Pretty close cost-wise. It is... I would say it's pretty close cost-wise if it wasn't for the iron, because iron is so comically hard to come around. Also, welcome in, Demon. How was your stream today? What's going on here? Why are you guys... Oh, because we're full on inventory space. Right. Because nothing was running for a while because we're over here doing behavioral coding. I know I'm taking forever to do the behavioral coding just because I'm trying to constantly reevaluate all the things. It's a good nap. Didn't stream tonight. Understandable. Can you explain a bit how the resimulator works? You didn't understand that. Resimulator is entirely unexplained everywhere and gives you no real understanding of how to use it or what it does. But it's actually pretty simple. You give it eats data cubes and it upgrades things. Let's say, for example, let's give it some data cubes. Let's give it some green data cubes, because green data cubes are fun data cubes. Then we'll give it a unit. We'll give it a, I don't know, a cub. Let's make a new cub. It was a fun conversion of like 50 laterite to 1k iron plus crystal with the advanced miner drone recycling. Excuse me, what? 1k iron plus crystal with the advanced mining drone recycling. Oh! Yeah, I was wondering about that. Because some of these are obvious. Some things can be deconstructed and are obviously not deconstructed at the appropriate values. What happened here? Why do we have none of these? Because we're out of crystal. Why are we out of crystal? Didn't we just do the crystal? Y'all dumb. Y'all real dumb. Alright, well that happens sometimes. It found a crystal that it couldn't get to and it refused to accept. Okay. Get over here. Thank you. I haven't found a solution to this. At all. As you can tell. But alas, here we are. Also, don't you love how we fixed the pathfinding problems, so now it does the StarCraft thing of just finding another node to get to? This makes me so happy. Like, this never ceases to make me happy to see this. It just solves the problem. Like, we've nearly solved pathfinding, for the most part. It makes me very happy. Hello, Dashbot. Let's see. And you could resim it with a normal drone plus 5 blue cubes. So advanced mining drone is 15 cable and 15 IC chips. It's really expensive, and you could resim it with a normal drone plus 5 blue cubes. Yes. It's pretty certain they've removed that entirely. Like, the advanced mining drone isn't a thing anymore, right? Or is it? Because I don't know all the recipes. Where is it? Mining drone package. I forget. Whatever. It's fine. What I did want is to go over to here and add a new small power extender right here, just to stop this from happening. Get on the network, please. You could add a validation if you don't mind for 30 ticks. Remove actual node from getting mined. So that works until the that works until it cycles back around. Which we don't have a way of blacklisting nodes. We can just move on to the next one. But in most cases, where it's an actual issue, it's because it physically can't get to it because of something like this. I have yet to find a solution to that because there's no blacklisting. And simply moving away from it doesn't work because you can't move out of range. So it'll just move back. I've tried a fair few times. The closest I've come to is having a scout command and hoping you just scout far enough away that it doesn't find it. But if you have, I don't know, a radar on it, that never works. So I just haven't found a solution to that problem. Just accepting it as I have to keep an eye on it, which is why I have the radar on this guy, or the resource monitor, so I get yelled at whenever something goes wrong. So I have this ping back to the command center with the basic resource reader. So if something goes wrong and they stop their throughput, then I get a notification about it. I've turned that off because I'm not paying attention to the world much, so much as just doing coding. And so I'm not doing that right now. About the resimulator, I'm going to wait until I'll get back to you once we have our resources flowing again and I can show it off. But if you notice the resimulator, it ate those green cubes and filled up the green cube storage. I can give it other colored cubes as well, like blue cubes and purple cubes or yellow cube. I'm not sure if it's... I actually don't think it takes yellow cubes. It's the only ones it doesn't take. Anyways, it uses cubes. It eats cubes, but I'll show it off when we have the ability to do so, which will happen once I get the resources flowing again. Anyways, once this is done, we need to check our inventory at some point, because we also need to check our inventory in here. I think we need to check our inventory before doing the weight ticks. So we'll do inventory. I hate how you can't check the inventory. Oh! Okay, so we need to... just explain as you can, really need to go. Okay, so Resimulator takes items and resimulates and upgrades them. So let's say if I were to take a cub and I were to put it inside this guy, then it will utilize the cub, combine it with the green cubes, and give out another item. This works for a whole bunch of things. If you ever wonder how you get the advanced laser miners, it's the same thing. You put a basic miner in with the blue cubes, you get a laser, a proper laser miner, not the low tier basic one that you start with. So it's good, it's very good. It's just incredibly expensive because cubes are expensive. You solved it by your Roomba getting the distance multiplied by 2, move async, weight distance x2, then match itself with path blocked, and then getting another bot to shoot it. Yeah, that's what I've played around. So far, I've just been manually targeting with the shooting whenever that happens. But yes, just shooting it is a good solution. Works pretty well, highly recommended. Let's see. Looking for that for so long. Yeah, you know, the basic mining laser, this guy right here, the laser mining tool, you get that with a simulator. That's the only way to get it, to my knowledge. You have to resim it. You have to put in the regular miner, the small component, the garbage tier one, in with 5 blue cubes, and you get the upgraded mining laser. And that does that. Anywho, back down here. To my knowledge, no one has put together a full list of all the Resimulator things, and the developers have been deliberately withholding that information, which is fine. But I've yet to find a list. Looked all over the place. There may be one on the Discord. There's probably one on the Discord somewhere, but alas. Here we are. Okay, so we need to get inventory. Counts the number of the past item in its inventory. Oh, hello. We have new power options. Oh my god, these cost 20 blue cubes apiece. That's so expensive. And laser turret, medium. See, range of 10, damage 10. Oh, hello. Power usage 100. Damage per second 45. Range of 10. Range of 10. Range of 12, though. But damage per second 25. Ooh. Okay. Under the Steam apps content mods, man. Those are not links, Nightbot. Yeah, I see it. That's actually, I appreciate that. I don't mind if I local resim recipes. Well, Twitch seems to have cut off the rest of it, which Interesting. Yeah, I've accidentally encountered some of these. Let's see, content. It's under mod. Do you have a mod for that? Or does it just normally keep it under mods? I'm not gonna check right now, but I will look later. There's a bunch of cool, good things. Range of 12, that's gonna keep us alive is what it's gonna do. Okay, what are you doing? Oh, you're spreading the plague. He's trying to. The whole game is a mod? Okay. I haven't looked into the file system, so I'm uncertain. What I need is to determine how full our inventory actually is. Check space for item is typically how we do this. Get space for item. By the way, today's fun experiment worked out well. Consider using frozen fruit or berries in place of ice in iced coffee or iced tea, as the ice thaws until your beverage is better and better. Yes, SVN. I typically, well, frozen fruit and I go very well together, as most of the time I put it in smoothies, though. Usually not in iced coffee or iced tea. For those things, I typically just... For tea, I don't mind a little extra ice in it. Coffee, I don't do coffee. But for most beverages, even some like the alcohol beverages I've done will have frozen fruit, frozen blueberries or whatever. Strawberries is a fun one, because those things get real cold, like painfully cold. Alright, so I need to check inventory around here. I can check it after battery. Check it after battery. So we've checked our battery. Now we need to get space for item of ore type. So we need to do math dot set number of this to 1 stack. If we can do 1 stack, and then we get space for this item. And we'll set this to C. I guess I could reuse B, I guess. Let's just silica 20. Number of the specific item that can fit on a unit, or check space for item. May as well do this instead. 2 birds, 1 stone. Item. If it can't fit, then we go drop off items at destination. Storage. Drop off here and then reset. I want to break actually. Drop off everything there. And for this we'll do a full reset break. So go to start. Go to start. Looking through the data files can be a little painful. You spot things in the file that are not in the game in Whisper. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I know the game full well is early access. This is not terribly surprising to me. I need to do this exact same thing, but over here, before the wait ticks. Alright, so get space for item of set number first. Okay, set number of ore type to 1 stack and set it to value B, and then we get space for item of value B, set it to value B. Nope, we need to check space for item. Check space for item, value B. If it can fit, we move on. If it cannot fit, then we drop off items at storage and then break. Okay, and when we break, we go back to start and retry. Alrighty, have a good night there, Destroyed. Good luck out there. You've heard good things about frozen strawberries and nice brandy? Yeah, I don't usually like alcohol, but I don't mind partaking every so often. Okay, so for now, we have silica type, harvest area, and storage. You live there now. Looks like our crystals have gone up into the upper triple-digit number. Okay, we really need more transport bots. Okay, so, hello. Speaking of which, let's put you in the re-simulator and get you some good toys. Let's get some more transports going of the convoy type, because our dudes are way out in the middle of nowhere. They're taking forever to get their goods back. So Cub goes in. Was I wrong about this? Was it the yellow cubes? Let's bring yellow cubes in here. No, it doesn't take yellow cubes. Like, yellow cubes are not... I was like, it didn't take yellow cubes. Purple cubes. Let's put the blue cubes in there too. You know, just give it a little bit of everything. Also, I haven't quite figured out what causes this to become unstable or how to affect this. But we've got some of everything in there. $20 is probably enough to do any one recipe. I hope. Was it purple in Cub? I don't remember the recipes. Maybe it wasn't Cub. Because, okay, maybe it wasn't Cub. In that case, you can be uncubbed. What bot was it then? Hound? I don't remember. I do not remember the recipes, and that makes me sad. But then again, I never really knew them, so I don't really expect it. Alright, let's bring these guys back here. I don't need to do this right now. But this guy, we should just be able to activate. And he will start going about and harvesting anything nearby until it reaches 10 or 150 silica sand. Which is a good problem to have. Alright, we need to deconstruct this as well, and this, and this. So let's deconstruct, go away. Worker plus blue is part of the recipe? No, not looking for the scout command, the scout one. Flonny, do you happen to remember what the human tank recipe is? Or if you are searching it? This thing's working its way there. I need to redline these. I need to upgrade them to large and in charge. Okay, so this should be, we'll save this iteration 1 as empty databank plus 5 green. Empty databank? Well, I don't know what that means. Alright, what's going on? Oh, it's deleting. Let's see, renewable mining bot. Renewable basic miner. Bad fbot 1m 1s. Oh, that's the hound. I was okay. Crystal stopped and everything's suffering for it. That's the hound. Okay, so we'll do that just so you guys can see some of the other cold toys to play with. Because our silica is backed all the way up and therefore we cannot deposit here. Which is saddening, but it is what it is. But it's still mining this. What happened? Oh, it's I cancelled it in the middle of operating. Which is what happened. Because I was changing this renewable basic miner. Okay. Okay, so at this point, it is trying to drop off items and failing because there's no room here to do so. Which is not a big surprise. Let's redline this as well. Roomba's gonna have a day cut out for them. Yeah, just onto the floor. All this onto the floor. I should probably get some more Roombas as well. Because we're leaving a lot of mess over here. Yep. You know what? We can just put a miner over here. We could always use a few more. Could always use some more basic miners. Just to spend our goodies. If you wish to see, we'll put a pair of miners in here. They will consume blue, and you'll get the see them converting here. and they'll turn into the upgraded ones. Just like that, you get upgraded miner. All it did is cost 5 blue, which is expensive, but I mean it's a miner, so it pays off eventually. Ta-da! Do the same thing with all the other bots and such. This guy diligently constructing a thing. And failing? Oh, someone else supplied it. Okay. Awkward. What about stability? I have no idea what stability is or how to deal with or how that works. Like whatsoever. Not even a little bit. Right. Apparently there's ways to modify it. I don't know how to do so. I don't know what the effects of it are or anything of the sort. You did sound like it spawned the big thing when it's too high. That sounds bad. I don't know how to affect that. I'm getting more and more. I know sometimes there's been times I've seen it where it's over in the on the left hand side, which is green, and I don't know if that's a good thing. I think you want to try to get it like all the way to the left, and the purple all the way to the right is bad. But clearly, I'm going more toward the purple, and I don't know what to do about that. So that's a thing. And the research that balances this ability? Not to my knowledge, no. Up here. I think it's something you have to actually do. Okay, we're bypassing the auto system here because we're not using behaviors for this. Yay, 2 speedy boys that can go hunt things down. As we still await crystal to redo things. Alright, so this guy's supposed to do stuff on the minimap, but looks like that was lying to me too. Does anyone know how to make the beacon actually do the minimap thing? I think it says in the description. Okay, harvest area. It's failing to move units to this coordinate, and I don't know why. Okay. We've made it. This is above 170, so it starts harvesting here. It should be able to completely do so before stopping. What is the package on the beacon? That turns it into a unit on the floor. Like if I press this button, it disassembles itself. Which is fine. Which is not what I want it to do. Let's floor this stuff for now, so that we have room for the bot to do stuff. Roomba is doing things, right? Home Roomba, Roomba V1. Yes, he is returning to do this. Hello. He's clean. Alright, so once we hit 150, this should stop and go elsewhere. 152. Oh, Roomba is struggling in Blight. That's probably related to what's happening. 49. It's dropping off items right now. So it's supposed to be dropping off items right now and it's failing to path over to it. This is a problem. Okay, so this is dangerous. Okay, put something in the beacon first icon. So that's what I was trying to do. Like silica sand, for example. It now broadcasting this, which is fine. Oh, this one. I tried that as well, which is this, which is also fine. And also doesn't appear on the mini-map, which is entirely the purpose of what I was trying to make it do. Like it shows as red here, but there's nothing, it's just not on the mini-map at all. Okay, let's do yellow 3. Doesn't change. If I do this, magenta 42 doesn't change. Nothing visible anywhere. With something like the Blight. Alright, let's try Blights. Here. It's storage. Alright, let's try getting... Oh, you are not kitted for this. That's fine. Let's try picking up one item here. How about this? Let's put wire in here. We now have wire in here. And again, nothing has happened. So that's not helping. So that's my thoughts on the matter. Okay. Let's call that unit useless. Well, I was really hoping I could have this here because the minimap, frankly, the minimap's getting a bit obtuse. Unwieldy. Oh, you guys are getting close to danger. Let's bring you guys over here. Help deal with this. How'd you get yourself stuck without iron to mine? Is this really out of range? Oh my god, it's like 1 block out of range. Okay. This guy is ready. Where is our crystal miners? Over here. You, convoy. Your beacon bot is here. Your mineral type is crystal chunk, and your drop off is here. Go. Alright, so now we can show off the cool Wii Simulator stuff. All we have to do is get 1 hound. Go. It's gonna be a few minutes before that actually completes because we don't have the optic cable. Oh well. Okay. Alrighty, have a good night there, Destroyed. Good luck out there. Alright, so what I'm going to do is taking damage. No, this is explicitly what I was looking to avoid. Okay. Took a hit, but no one got seriously wounded. Here comes the army to help clean this up as everyone gets back to work. We still need 5 optic cables, and the materials we need to make them we're kind of short on, because we need more of these. Because we need more of these. For which we need more crystal, which we do have, so it's a work in progress. Oh, well, we almost lost a unit here. Basic Wi-Fi cubs, not great at doing things, but they get the job done in large numbers, which is a good start. Fash. That was a lot. We're gonna hang out here and recover because we have several units that are massively, like, grievously wounded. Good job, Cubbots. You did it. Alright, so back to this guy. That case, that seems to be kind of sticky. So we are going to move units over to here first, and hopefully this overrides whatever it's trying to do. So now we'll try this again. And this should harvest it all the way down to 70. We're to 150. Every 500 negative stability seems to add 1 possible bug spawn, although also caps 3 other things, unless one of the non-Lua functions is a sign flip. Killing enemies gives positive stability. Okay. We've been doing a lot of killing, and we're getting a lot of negative here. Like a lot of killing. And I don't know what 500 means. That's not exactly a great... There's no number for that. But that sounds like the possibility of something spawning out of here. So... Just gonna do things for reasons. You think purple is positive? I guess that would make sense because it's adding stability. Do small turret 2 if it's adding stability. So every time we kill a creature, the world gets more unstable, is what that sounds like. Which is not great, because I don't know how to eliminate creatures. Do you happen to know what reduces stability? Or have poked around to find out? Let me rephrase. Do you happen to have poked around and found out what adds negative stability? Or in some manner fixes the problem that I am encountering? I think it's the opposite, more spawns and below negative 500, but you increase it by killing stuff and doing blight things. What? So every time I kill things, it gets more unstable because it's adding stability, or adding instability. Like a positive number to the stability, yes? I need it to go negative. So... whatever the opposite. You think purple is stable? I don't think purple is stable at all. I think purple is bad color. Especially given that on the other side, to the left of this line is green. It's like, the left of the line is green, to the right of the line is purple. Given that purple is kind of categorically the bad color in this game, I find it very unlikely that it's doing things. Also, this thing absolutely shredded this and is not, it's going back to mining it. So it's currently mining it despite being too far away to mine its target, which is obnoxious. And virus decreasing. I don't know how that works. It sounds to me like I need to do some virus stuff to get it to go to the left side. That's what it sounds like to me. Except I don't know how to do that. Alright, so, problem here. This guy seems to get stuck on that. Despite warning taking damage, under attack. How have you gotten yourself alone and out here? Okay. Y'all are getting concerningly close to Kaiju land. Let's drag you over here. Get you to go this way. Okay. Alright, so back to this madness. Why is this guy doing this one and getting it stuck on... I see. I think we need to do another set to component here. Because once this is done, it does all this. Which goes next. New game, how does it work? It's a lot like Factorio. Let's do set to components. Even better yet. Group entities. I think I need to do both here. Because this doesn't necessarily mean it needs to go back, so we just... Yeah, we add another set to component here. To component our minor. A value of blank. Good. Alright, so I need to come over here and do one of... This shouldn't measure. And go. So now it should come over here and mine anything. Agree the virus should make it go left. Events for that would be research virus minus 500, core virus minus 3000, infect explorable minus 100, hack unit minus 50, and blight extract minus 1. So by extracting a lot of blight, we decrease it. By infect explorable hack units. Okay. Because I'm pretty certain, just looking at context clues here, we need to make it go left. And by a lot. So if I were to research virus again... This should make it go left to some degree. I don't know what core virus is. Okay. You know, there's also the possibility that both going left and right are bad. It's just bad in a different flavor. Oh no. Those are both possible. What are the effects of world's instability? I have no idea. I'm not particularly keen on finding out. But I'm a little interested in finding out. Okay. Whereas kill enemy 1, kill boss, core blight, and research blight would increase it. Interesting. Okay. I imagine Kaiju is boss. Speaking of which, alright, if we put Hound in here, does this do the thing now that I want it to do? It does do the thing I wanted it to do. So we put in a Hound in here, and it's currently converting into... Uses green cores. Converts into... a human tank. Isn't it so pretty? It's a little bit. Hey, there it goes. Now it's rendered in, kind of. Tiny little human tank with. It looks like it's missing his top gun. But this guy's got some pretty neat stats. It's got a tank turret on it. Basic turret mounted on tanks. Range of 8. Damage per second of 33. Power usage 250, which is kind of a lot. It's got 400 durability, 15 visibility range, 3 movement speed, 50 power usage. So this sucker uses a lot of power per shot. He's relatively speedy. I mean, relatively. It's only a speed of 3, so dash spot speed. And it's quite, well, tanky. So that's relevant. It's only got a range of 8, though. But a damage per second of 33, which is quite the nice. Compared to a range of 12 with a damage per second of 25. Happy to keep this guy around for a while. Just hang him out over here. Love to see it. It doesn't have any storage space, so it can't carry things. It does, however, have an internal slot, so I can put something like a shield on it. But it is otherwise not particularly exceptional. Okay, next. This guy. What are you doing? Still harvesting this. You know, with all 4 of those miners on it, it's not quite... It is not quite overpowering. I could upgrade these guys to the laser miners. How about we do that? Let's upgrade to laser miner. You go here, you go here, you go here. Let's bring them back. That way we can actually outpace this reliably. Chuck these into here. And request laser miner X2. Yeah, look at that. 10 green for that one. I haven't actually found any purple recipes yet. Any fun things to do with a purple recipe? Virus Crypto should hopefully push us to the left. Hopefully. We'll see. We haven't unlocked anything worth building, right? Now we got the new bots. Kind of. I should get these going. Oh lord, these are expensive. Let's do a new... I haven't actually put this up, so... Under prefabs, blueprints... Prefab. I want unnamed building. Just do unnamed building here. Edit you. It will be of type 1x1 large. No, 1x1 medium. And on this empty socket, we put a medium component power field. And that's it. We have a medium power extender. Good. Not complicated. Build medium power extender. here. Probably a bit close, but it's fine. Alright, so did Twinbot Toy get his goodies? Did. So now we need to adjust this to be the other miner. And away you go. Just activate. It'll go back to where it belongs and then start mining. Hopefully it doesn't mine anything out while I'm not paying attention. Looks like we lost... Yeah, that's right, we lost a couple bots before. We haven't replaced them. Haha. We're down 4 bots, which mostly haven't been recovered. I think it is time for us to start playing with the Kaiju here. Because I want this silica. We could use the silica. Transport bots are not keeping up. We're not using the crystal enough. Because our silica isn't keeping up. Understandable. Alright, we've made it back down over here. And go harvest. Alright, so this guy was at 200. Because we just completed this. Did this jump down any? Yes, it did. Okay. So resource virus, good thing. I don't have any of these. Currently not obtained. Obtainable. These, however, I can do. So let's do this. It's very blue and glowy. Alright, so we are speedily rinsing through this. Which is always great to see. Once we drop it to 150, we should see this walk over here and actually drop off the items, which would be great for a change. If it actually did that. I will have these two. Get prepared for combat. I kind of almost want to do a third. If hacking an enemy is relevant, I should probably do a third one of these with a hack weapon on it. Why do those silicon nodes regenerate? Yes, because I have a regenerator next to them. Regenerators. This will let me harvest them to a degree, but obviously I harvest it faster than it regenerates. So I have to make sure my bots don't fully deplete them, because once the node is gone, it's gone forever. Only half the miners are mining. They didn't reset it. Which means we'll now be going through this quite quickly. Once it hits 150, it should stop. And it should... It stopped. It goes to the next one. Okay. I don't trust it. Mostly because it's still mining it. Did you guys see that? It was mining both of them. Which is very, very concerning. the only time it ever sets it is from this value, and it sets it to the value of... Oh... You put in code to check and see if it's dropped below a threshold and switches to another? Yes. I'm seeing an issue with this. Because this doesn't actually get the direct node. It instead gets just the silica because of the mechanically how this works. So this thing just gets silica and therefore mines this guy because it just happens to be closer. Which is infuriating. As far as I'm aware, it is not possible to algorithmically interact with this second miner here. It's safe to leave it now only because it does not physically have the inventory space to destroy these things, but I am concerned about this. Okay. Let me try something. I don't need to try it with you. Anything with a... Alright, so why aren't you depositing your materials here? Where are you going? Oh, you're a transportation pod. So this thing is trying desperately to drop off. It can't drop off the item because somebody else already did. Get out. It's requesting the same item again. Why? This means that I need to not be splitting my attention this much. One thing at a time. Let's build one of these here. Go. Thank you there, Zinc Fox. I appreciate it. Yes, I will very likely do so. Okay, so all these nodes will regenerate, and these will be gardened by this creature in particular. Prefab medium power extender. Generally here. Do it on grid. This area is so far away from anything from the base. And well, we do have infinite silica here now. It's just that we have infinite silica off of one miner, so I need to have multiple miners. I need to expand this area to a point where I can have, you know, multiple miners operating here. And then replace this with replace the mining teams with these guys. That's the goal. Alrighty, have a good one, Brevin. Catch you later. Make sure to check back for the Forts tournament, because we've got the Forts AI tournament, next Forts AI tournament coming up. But I imagine you knew that already. It's the next big hype thing. I'm excited for that one. Making more AI to play with. Okay. This thing is borked. I need to fix it. Alright, let's go clean across here. Low bugs. So the more bugs I kill, the more unstable we get. Or maybe every interaction with the world is bad in terms of stability. Ah, they can't get to us. Oh, that's so many. Very, very happy they can't get to us, because this area right here is hostile. Hostile, I think, doesn't appropriately describe the bad. Oh, they got out. Okay. So much iron, and then we need to repeat this process with crystal, which should be a lot cleaner to do given the layout here. And we also need to repeat the process with iron, which I don't have a lot of good nodes for unless I'm doing it over here. But I want to do it over here near the base, because we've got this over here and this over here, and this, we got this all over here. 5 iron patches, which we can corrupt. Yeah. Let's see. We are still missing these, which are missing because... Oh, just processing speed bottleneck, I think. Nope. Missing because of flatlined on the whole. And stabilize a bit. It did. Good. Flatlined on the whole. Wow, these are really slow on the production speed. Okay. Maybe I should increase this a little bit. How are we looking down here? Not breaking anything. I still need to test the miner up here. Good. I need 2 of these, as well as a behavior core. So I did some testing with this before, but that was a couple updates ago. And I don't know if things have changed. But last I checked, there was no method available to us to actually modify both of the components, or either of the components. So if we were to do component index miner here, value of anything, and then do it a second time, for example, value of the same thing. It doesn't do both of them. It just does this one twice, which makes sense. If I were to increase this value to, let's say, 1, it doesn't do both. Again, it just does the first one. Here, if I were to do this, it still only does the first one. It's just now messing, it's now flashing because it's constantly resetting it back and forth. So I haven't figured out a way of doing this. Like, at all. Like, how do I set the second one? Far as I can tell, you can't. Which is not a great experience. Component and register number to set. Because some components have multiple registers. How I set the second component, however. The default for set component seems to be 1, so maybe it's 1 based. No, that's the, okay, let's go over to here. Let's do parameter 1, 2, 3. Let's set component value behavior of this to 2, component 2 to this. So if I were to press play here, then it sets the second parameter of this component to here. What I can't do is ever interact with the second behavior controller. So the number does something, but it doesn't let me change which component it's targeting. Does that make sense? I haven't figured out how to change the actual component that it's targeting. And that makes me sad. As far as I'm aware, you can't. Which means this guy's gonna have to live with these. Alternatively, instead of setting to components, I could set to parameter and have both of them read off the parameter. Let's try that instead. So let's go mining target. Dump all this stuff off into here. How have you done this? Get in. How have you done this? Get in. Instead, we do mining target to here and to here. No, undo this to here. And then instead of set to components, a value, we set to mining target, copy, mining target, value of A, to here. And we repeat this every time. The value to target, mining target, copy value blank to mining target. Okay. I also want to do it over here just in case we miss something. Though that should never happen. At least without human interaction. Go. Alright, once this drops below 170, or sorry, 150, it should work. Do you know how to make sure a stream shows up in the archive? A stream shows up in the archive. They're always, all of the streams are archived on YouTube, period. For a very, very long time. By that I mean until someone sends a copyright strike and takes down request. Which, statistically, not unlikely, but hasn't happened to any recent stream. I would not be concerned about the stream archive going away in the near future. Or even the foreseeable future. Oh, it just did it! And it did it in the use case where it had the option to target this, so it did actually retarget. Oh, sweet Jesus. On Twitch, you mean? Oh, stream archives. So it depends. If you aren't affiliated or partnered, then the chances of your streams being archived are very low. If you stream a lot, you get a little bit of leeway. But regardless of if you stream a lot or not, there is a limit to the archives. You can get like a month. I think if you're partnered, you get a couple months where the stream archives are kept before it's just gone forever. The only things that stay longer are highlights and clips, and even those are limited in time sometimes. Like if the VOD gets deleted, the clip goes away. That kind of stuff. And the chat never lasts longer than the VOD. So let's say if you take a clip of something and the original archive gets deleted, the chat goes with it. Alright, renewable laser miner. Good. It's working now. Save. Did I not save it before? Did I save it in the wrong place? No. I didn't save it before. Okay. Whatever. Works for me. So wait till YouTube verifies your phone number and stream there. Got it. I cannot recommend streaming, but if you would like to stream for fun, you could stream to YouTube. Yes, that works. Alright, so because I changed the name, it stopped running and therefore did that. Great. It was plinking away there. Okay, so now we have one of these working. I want multiple. And every one of these you put down increases the income dramatically. Okay, you get onto the floor. We don't need you here anymore. This is also a great one to do, but this will probably be the next set. It is most cost efficient for us to do a bunch of small nodes than a big node. Like one big node. So like this is several, this is just 2 nodes, okay. This is the ideal chunk. We've got a bunch more down here. We could have a lot of Blight to split to get to these places. So we'll get to this group next, probably. Get to this group next, probably. Then go from there. Alright. Our military, not quite kept up with the... got a little ahead of ourselves here. Okay, so what I should probably do is get ourselves... What? Why? Alright, so this means... This didn't go either. Alright, so... Stop unit. I haven't fixed the builder bots since the issues. Hey there, Grammar. Welcome in. How you doing? Alright, if I do this... Of course it doesn't. It shouldn't. It was never supposed to. Just get onto the floor and Swiffer come pick it up. And now... we need 10 of you. Go grab 20. Dump 10 off here and the other 10 off here. 10 here. Get yourself some power so I can get these guys going. You're very confused. Well, what is the confusion? Perhaps we can fix. Yeah, power everywhere. Good. Okay, so maybe you'll work now. Probably not. The silica miners are the ones that are the biggest trouble. So once those are all cleared up, I should be in a much better position. Gonna be good morning, good evening. So you just got off work at 1 a.m. Well, that's a question for the ages, not one that I'm fit to answer. I'm going to make a temporary blueprint of this guy, unnamed Mark V, save current selection. Change this to temporary locks enemy movements, virus beam transmission. I think I want virus beam. No, we want this. Ranger 5. As nice as virus beam sounds, lock enemy movement. And this will be short ranged, but should help out with things, just in case problems happen, yeah? Alright, so we need to create an unnamed Mark V. And with it... we don't have enough inventory space in this structure to actually complete this. Okay. Well, it'll get all the items here as it needs them. Okay. All you know is you want Waffle House. You know, to each their own. Shuttles. Power units. Missile launcher and a large battery. I'm into it. Blight's tech conversion. Could finish that off, although it's kind of expensive. Then again, what isn't? Let's get missile launchers. Range of 20. Holy smokes. Not much damage per second, but holy smokes. So this physically doesn't have the space necessary to construct this, so I have to missing crypto bitlock, which it should create here, yeah? Is creating here, and then won't be able to craft it because there's not enough space here. But once it's done crafting, I can adjust the recipe. Or at least I'll have everything here. Won't have to worry about it too much. Okay, so let's get one more assembler. This guy, probably just more assemblers into these as well. Pair the radar. It seems like the radar is necessary with that kind of range. How am I doing? I'm doing very well. Only mildly maddened by the nonsense that is this game. As I stack with internal invisibility modules, that could be another option. Power core. I want power cores. Blight power. I don't know how much this generates, but Blight power is probably more cost efficient than power cores. Because these are expensive. These, only a little expensive. So let's make Blight power cores here. Wouldn't mind saving this as is. Oh, did it actually harvest? No. What are you getting stuck on? Recharging your battery. Oh, we ran out of power. Okay. That's right. These guys cost power, don't they? It's not so much. Not so bad. Alright. There you go. Now you're mining again. Well, you would be if you had inventory space. Which we don't have, owing to this thing. You took exactly one out of this. Alright, undo this. Well, that's not right. Where'd you get off to? There you are. Undo transport route. You're just a normal bot. Oh, that's right. Your go-to here because spreading the love. Okay. This is fine. Alright, is this done? Yes, great. So we cancel this. All this goes into here, and now we make one standard Mark V. And load it out with all of these goodies. I can go to here and delete unnamed Mark V. Oh, it's so fast. Okay. Excellent. Now we make 2 more of these. We hold it up over here. Let's make the next set of items. I don't know what I really want. Health module, efficiency module. Sounds pretty good. Let's make a bunch of these. This can be our module section. And we got everything here. Alright. Let's go poke the bear, or poke the actual Godzilla. Godzilla is here. Not here. Godzilla is here. Here we are. And you. Alright, so these guys, for their lives, need to not be here. Go deal with this. Alright. I wouldn't mind kiting not this way. We can kite... I guess we can kite this way. These will be over here. This down. Okay. Alright. We do not have much in the way of damage output with this. But what we lack in damage output, we make up with they can't touch us. Is there only one of these firing? Is that what's happening here? No, they're both firing. Alright, so as long as I don't mess up, we should be able to get something done here. There's so many. There's so many. Maybe I should just make more of these. These things are not great on the whole DPS side. I'm not seeing this guy actually shoot things. And I realize he's quite close range, but... it's kind of what I was trying to test out here. Oh, it worked. Saw him slow down there. Okay. Alright, what are we looking at over here? Oh boy. Oh. Think it missed? definitely did not miss. We just had the shields to tank one hit. Also, it has range. It has range. Okay, so good news and bad news. Good news is we could take a hit on the shields and survive, regen the shields and come back. Bad news is it seems to have similar range to my units, and it's faster than me. Slightly shorter range than my units, and it's faster than me. It's certainly longer range than the slow. Also, I can't tell if it actually hit stuns my units. My units stop moving when they get hit most of the time. Alright, go on. Alright, they seem to have an internal formation that they don't want to stop being around. So this is going to take an eternity with this pitiful amount of DPS I have. But this is doable. Very, very glad that we have the range. Short range things on the wrong side of good. It seems they have an internal formation that they will follow. I mean, technically it's working. It doesn't regenerate. So, like... I think what it is half my clicks are just getting... More than half my clicks are getting eaten. It's not like Age of Empires where you want to click once and clicking more than once causes it to have a mental breakdown. It's just sometimes when you click it doesn't give the command, so I think it's what's happening is... I'm clicking once and not click spamming, but click spamming is actually the solution because half of the time when you click once, it just doesn't register. Which I am entirely convinced is the thing with this game and not my mouse. Okay, so probably want more of these guys, but God, Giga Kaiju. So much. Let's do this for you. Even better yet, a hauler would be nice. Or a transport bot. For this basic thing. I can just get a transport bot. It's fast. Need more Mark 5s. Mark 5s are amazing. Imagine if there was a simulator upgrade to the Mark 5s. I think this is just a big bug. Tickling it. We're tickling it. Okay, your responsibility is to, first of all, grab 2 of these. Nope, undo the go-to. Nope. Go-to function is so painful, like 95% of the time. Alright, second responsibility. Grab a Blight charger. Charger? Yes, Blight charger. Wherever it comes from. Small visibility module. What else do I desire here? I've got just about everything I want for the moment. Ooh, efficiency modules and such. Okay, okay. These will be our basic module stuffs. How much power do these make? It does not say. Okay. Nearest Blight is here. Let's put a medium. Just put it in here, see what happens. Transport bot, you got your new toy, good. We don't actually want the increased storage on this one. What we want is the increased storage on this device. So it can hold almost as much the transport, and then it works better than this Dashbot trying to get in and out. Dashbot, it's trying its best, but it's not going to keep up with the throughput here. Hasn't been for some time, and Lord knows Transport Bot's going to do way better. Now, in terms of other weaponry and the like, what else do we want? Both of these look less than exciting to me. Terraformers look good. Hyper shield generator. Taking damage. They're already running away, but you know what? We lost one of them. Where are these? Holy smokes, they wandered all the way down here from up here. They were here, and they wandered all the way down here, around this way, up here, over here, all in the search of silica. Kind of impressive. Good thing we're slowly moving out of that set of units. Or not really. It's gonna be well still before we're done with that. Alright, so you go to here, you store here, and you transport route. Good. I think using artillery tactics would be best. I think that's a bit much, because as much as I love the idea of artillery tactics, artillery is not known for being mobile. Mobility is kind of important, because we have an infinite map and we need to cover... I'm going to say we have an infinite map and we need to cover most of it, but I understand the difficulties, the logical difficulties of that. And that's kind of the point of what I'm saying. Thus, artillery is less than a great option. Dang, the viral turret's actually it's just objectively the strongest of the three of these. Okay. We have no more virus research available to us. Human tech, we've got a lot more research available to us. Robots, we have some more tech available to us. Okay, now we have completed rockets. The missile launcher doesn't do much in terms of DPS. He says you can't slap a huge smacking long-range turret to a mobile bot. Well, that's what I'm intending to do with the missile launcher. In fact, I already know who exactly to do that to. It's one of these bots is not like the other. Alright. Oh wait, does this require a human factory? I'm sorry. So I told them to go home, so their response was to charge directly into this thing. Like, pathing is hard. I know. Alright, so for the moment, the virus laser it's nice to have, but it's not really solving problems. Okay, long range radar. Now double scanning range. Don't mind if I do. Alright, missile launcher is interesting. We need to do pretty much all of these things. Wait, this does the same thing as the robot one, but I don't know its price difference. 225, 310. Here we go. No, here we go. No, this is also not it. $225, $310, $315. I'm sorry, it costs $390 iron, $225 blight, $315 silica, $185 crystal. This is compared to Big Energy, which does the same thing, but costs 1,370 metal, 1,275 silica, 995 crystal. Holy smokes. One of these things is not like the other. Human tech is strong. Anywho. We want missile launchers first. I think we want missile launchers first. For here, I already have human laser in production, right? Right? I think I don't. Hello there, Juan. Welcome in. Let's see, this is the shield generator. Let's get the hyper shield generator. These guys do the other modules. The small visibility, internal visibility. Internal visibility and internal health. And internal efficiency. Okay. How much power does this thing give? It's here. Alright. This produces 1,000s? This is a fraction of the cost. Cost 20 metal. Holy smokes. Well, I guess I'm not doing any of the other ones. We're doing Blight power all day, every day. This is our new power production facility. Right here. There's obsidian here. Okay, there we go. So that's important. I didn't infinite here. Infinite, please. Thank you. This costs 10 microprocessors. These things are expensive. Incredibly expensive. Wonder if it consumes Blight to power it? I highly doubt it. Another Mark 5 bot. Kinda keen to keep this guy around just in case things go sideways. Something gets close, it will still activate. Anyways, this guy hasn't killed any of our nodes, has he? Oh, he's doing well. In fact, we need more of him. So let us save him if we haven't already. This is not a harvest team at bots, but instead, I'll go under tier 2 bots. Renewable miner, twinned miner. Undo silic sand. And good. Okay. So before we start, let's get this onto the floor. Let's collect 2 miners, which I think we don't have. So we'll probably have to simulate them. Because this can already sustain 2 bots, which is nice. It's a far cry from the, like, how many? From the 10 we had. But it is a start. That's really all I can ask for. Almost at a point where this is working. Zoop. And away it goes. What are we missing? Icy chips, which are missing processing time. So I do need to expand some of these to get more. This is fine too. Okay. Now, internal efficiency. Increase component efficiency. %20 does sound nice, but I don't know if it's... Does it work for power? I want to know if this works for power. Because if that just gives us 1,200, that would be cool. Because probably could. Wonder if it works on the large, if these do large as well. It's technically off grid. Okay. come to drop off the goodies. Does this produce 1,200? How? Okay. It's like, how did you get stuck there? This does not produce 1,200. Okay. Good to know. It's fine. Let's deposit here. Just get out of the inventory, please. No, deposit here. This is almost done. Then we'll have even more. Let's build a large one. Just right here. See if we can bump this power production up by putting a medium into a large. These guys are almost finished mining all the metal out here. Honestly, I probably should have stopped them from mining that because it's relatively close to the base. In fact, there's no time like the present. It's still a good little bit of metal that I can regenerate. Meantime, come out here. Plenty of room over here. It's not done yet? Nope. Waiting on the chips. Which do take a fair few seconds. We are crafting some more of them here? Question mark? Yes. Yes, we are. I realize I gave that bot an item which cannot use, so it needs to go here. So many components on things that need to not be on. All right. Deep storage. Get out the way. I like having the on-demand crafting. I really need to get this working because I need to redo it with signals with the new loop commands. But if I could get it, then we would have a very, very nice little system. I'll probably have to use literally the entire signal spectrum. And that's not an exaggeration. It will be intense. Very slowly spreading the blight. Definitely a different breed of strategy game. It's not really a strategy game. It's an automation game. very much so an automation game. Alright, did these complete the requests? No! Alright, so we need 2 of these. Miners. Right, 2 more. I really don't mind utilizing these in the internal regions either. Look at it, it's gonna hit 150 and it's gonna go somewhere else to let it regrow. Yes, it is beautiful. Okay. Probably need a second transport bot for that too. Can still be found under any strategy if searched for. That doesn't mean much. I have a hard time calling this a strategy game. Like it's very sandboxy, very automation. Okay, hyper shield generators for you? Question mark? I can retool them later. Have a short range, long range, and 2 medium range. It's not going to help with the whole DPS thing much, but especially because we're putting a rocket launcher on it. And the game did market itself as very RTS-y, which it does feel a bit RTS-y, that's for sure. Okay, so the large one didn't do anything for us. It's medium all day, every day. Which is fine. Is this Blight Crystal? Oh my god, this is Blight Crystal here. I thought we farmed out all the Blight Crystal. Oh well. I'm okay with this. Hello there, Gambleric. Welcome in. Music's so catchy, makes me happy. Bugs go away. This group has actual DPS. Doesn't even need to run away, really. You can just gun things down. Case endpoint. It made so many hyper shield generators already. These things craft quickly, it would seem. Oh, it is so pretty. Alright, missile launcher. Give. Please extinguish. Thank you. Swarm of Godzillas win. You know, I'm sure if we built up enough, we could tank it. Because we do have things like... What just happened? It's not a big deal. But these guys just got the copy of a building and placed onto them, which broke the behavior controller and their signals, which doesn't really matter, but will be annoying to deal with later, assuming I don't redo them entirely. Oh, this is a large slot, not a medium slot. Never mind, I can't take this out to play. That makes sense. I would need to use this guy, which has a move speed of 2. which is not really acceptable. Not for this. So we're gonna have to bring you out to play later. So in the meantime, you get a different weapon. For that, honestly, 45 DPS. It just sounds amazing. I do have this created somewhere, right? It would seem not. Let's create it. It's expensive. But totally worth it. So fast, I love it. Put it on a rock for science. I mean, I could. It's just taking it out to play with only 2 movement speed is suffering. It truly is suffering. There's a reason why I don't. There's a reason why I'm not really doing that. Focusing so much on the Mark Vs. Okay. It is almost here. Someone's got our order. Doop. Okay, so we have a short range, medium range, and 2 slightly longer ranges. I honestly think I would prefer... It's not bad. It's just about half the damage for 2 more range. Alright, we'll come out to play. We have actual water here, which is interesting. Okay, so these guys are getting into the danger zone. I do need another renewable twin bot. Twin laser miner. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm gonna use faster than the others. Alright, so you guys need to be out of the danger zone. There's not a whole lot of safety around here, is there? Here, just come this way. As we engage with slightly more DPS. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't give him power, which is... would have been a catastrophe. Go live on the power grid for now. Imagine if we went in there without power. Would have been bad. Would have been very bad. Okay. So we're looking for Slicka. And we are looking for harvest area here, storage here, and mining target is an output variable only, so go. That's it. It's so pretty, it's so gentle. Are these done? Yes, they are. Like I have the automated system, but I can't use it for these. Because these are full combat and not replaceable. Blight storm approaching. Hold out. Wonder if what the rock bots upgrade is, if any. I have no idea. I find it unlikely that there is an upgrade to the upper tier bots, at least at this stage of development of the game. Stockpile gives us access to large storage and building 2x1 medium. 2x1 1 medium with 24 storage. Ooh, okay, that's a lot of storage. I like it. Like it a lot. That's our bot construction option right there. Okay, so this should relatively quickly deplete these. And it doesn't harvest them every time it gets to 150, which is good. It actually waits until it has something regenerated, which also means that these guys should eventually start getting mined. And now we have this available. So this thing says alien terraformer here, but I'm pretty certain it's lying to me. Because it definitely doesn't work when it's outside the Blight. Oh wait. It is working. I think if there's Blight anywhere in this range, then it will expand it toward the bot. Well, that's good to know. That explains a lot. Okay. Alright, Blight Storm's over. I'll kite this side. Alright, so should have a little bit more DPS. That still hurt us pretty hard. Ow. Took actual damage there. Okay, if we take another hit like that, we are going to have to stop it. Yeah, that just full penned that hit. It must be doing more damage now than it was doing before, because those hits are blowing clean through the shields. In fact, it did the exact same amount of damage to the hyper shield generator as it did to the normal shield generator in a single hit, which leads me to believe the shield generators are not working as advertised. Also, that +2 range is making all the difference. Interesting. That reflected off of our shields that time. Would seem we need to automate some movement for the Blight spreaders. I could. I don't particularly want to. At least not right now, because it's a one-time thing. It's gonna take forever. Maybe the AoE slightly misses if the bot is moving. That's what I'm thinking. Or at least was what I was thinking, except for moments like this, and also that it did exactly the same amount of damage to the bot with the normal shield generators versus the hyper shield generator, despite them being different tiers. Like, if one shot direct hit blows clean through the normal shield generator, why does one bot one shot clean hit blow, also blow clean through the hyper shield generator, and deal exactly the amount of damage in the blow through. Look at that, the hyper shield generator again went from full HP to hit, so we gotta go back to heal. So I think there's something inconsistent with that, with the shield generators in general, but probably especially the hyper shield generator. Either way, mass shield generator seems to be the way to go here. Why is one shield red? Because it's an upgraded version. Alright, so this is all nice and blighted. Oh, this is military. I was like, wait a minute, what are these guys doing out here? It's because it is military. Okay. All fine and dandy. We got the medic bot healing him up. Got a bug hole over here. So many bugs, go away. Okay. That's potentially all high ground. I want to be careful over here. Not keen to going up onto that high ground. Do I want to construct a repair garage? Because that's probably amazing. But if I construct one repair garage, I don't have a human. Need another large. Yes, that is the right one. Okay. Okay, put another human constructor on it. Go from there. It's a medium component, so we can just put it onto the medic, I think. Unless it has to go onto a building. That seems counterintuitive. Oh, this is a lot of metal. And it's close to... Oh, that's so far away, though. Because it's not that far away from our current... it's still very far away. Like, we're zoomed very, very far out on that minimap. This is one of the complaints that has been going around. Where at some point, you get so far away from your base that even if you have it automated, it just takes forever to interact with anything. Just because of raw travel times. We have gotten to that point. Alright, so repair garages, please. Give. Not a big deal. Hello. Lots of anger. Well, I should probably deal with it. How do they get down if my bots can't get up? Oh, we're gonna get a virus. That's not worth it. Not close enough? Okay. Leave it alone. More important things to do. Okay, we are online. You are inactive owing to lack of aluminum material, which is because we are not currently mining any. One thing I don't have is a good place to mine laterite. Laterite? This material. Nor do I know where any other deposits actually are. Here's some. I should probably be careful. I should probably not mine these groups, because I can blight this relatively easily. And it's close to base. Instead, I should go further out, like here. Yeah, here we go. Also means I need to clear that out. So we'll send the Swift military over there. Do a sweep of the region. Clear it out to let our mining bots get in. Okay. It'll be a while before we get this online. How's our iron holding up? We need more transport bots for our iron. Let's get another transport bot. Convoy. Alright, so Hydrate should be set up here. Just need to check out the area, see if there are any bugs nearby. Can't be having them doing bug stuff. Looks like no. Looks like we're pretty safe. Good. Huh. Yeah, so I'm very, very glad that I've kept some iron near me, as well as some crystal. Because I could have mined this, but if I did, it would have been suffering. I mined all the laterite, but I'm okay with that because I really needed it. But yeah, the whole renewable resources thing, kind of important. Kind of very important. Because otherwise you have to deal with an infinite map. We've already made a big enough of a footprint. We don't need more. Alright, so this guy goes to the iron miners, who are over here. Good. Beacon bot. Ore type. Metal. Drop off. Here. Go. Goodbye. Have fun. Did I stream this 7 hours non-stop? Probably. 8 hours, actually. Okay. There's another bot I wanted. What was it? Definitely want to try out the rock. Because I can put a rocket launcher on it. This guy is not done, nor close to done. These guys are off doing their thing. Making this region safe. I've lost 4 of them so far, and I can replace them rather easily. Rich metal ore depleted. But these guys can just go right back to Kaiju kiting. At this point, I really can't be harvesting in this area at all. I can come over here, I think. So we're already near the aggro radius of this thing. No, no, no. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, there it is. That was close. That was very close. Pathing is hard. How customizable are the bots? Yes. Extraordinarily customizable. Like, I haven't finished after all the hours I have in this game, as I know you can check how many hours. I haven't finished customizing the bots to make them anywhere close to where I want them to be. Alright, Kaiju. You are big, you are fat, I am nimble, I am quick. My transport bot's gonna run right through. Our transport bot is literally running right through the combat zone. This is a problem. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Alright, you guys are not allowed to mine silica for a time. Nope, don't run into the... That's my fault. You should make automatic scouts. Yes, that's something I want to make. That's something I haven't attempted to make yet. It's something I want to make. I got the hotkey here for everyone. Just stop it. It's something I haven't attempted to make, and I would like to change that. Because, let me rephrase, what little attempts I have done have been futile. It's unsuccessful. Alright, how is it that the short range one was able to fire, but the long range ones weren't able to fire? Please engage. Why are you not... Go! Jesus, how many times I gotta click? Okay. I hate so much. They have a hard-coded formation. Did long-range runs have a minimum range? Nope. They just not into combat today. Okay, got it. We dropped... What did he drop? He dropped something. He dropped a... broken AI core. Okay. Did not expect. Go, 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 go. Oh my god. Interesting. So, big kaiju. This bug makes me wonder if I left that particular bug spawner alive, didn't kill it, if he'd have respawned. Because everything else respawns. And I could farm broken AI cores. Guess the giant lizard was at AI all along. Yes! Yes, that is part of the lore here. This is quite intriguing. So we need a new Roomba. Give me Roomba, please. Roomba V1. Nice and quick. Hello, Rock. Let's get a rocket launcher. Why can you not request... Oh, it's a missile launcher. One missile launcher, please. This thing is horribly slow. Not particularly useful on the offense, but it's got a giant platform on it, upon which I can place a rocket launcher. Alright. Don't know what to do with it. Let's go over here. Because there's bound to be enemies nearby-ish. Start this repair process. Hey, this is done. Alright, so let's do this. Stop this. Put you here. Put you here. So things have to physically go inside of it to repair. Alright, I'm seeing something concerning. Where's home, Roomba? Oh, it's just outside of range, isn't it? Alright, search location goes to here. And charge location also goes to here. There we go. So, consume this guy, please. Consume this guy, please. Thank you. Stop it. Stop it. Alright, so... that's interesting. It's very interesting. It's official, you jump scared someone with a DMS guard through a wall. Oh god. That's gonna be something that's gonna end up on Reddit. It's gonna start the whole fiasco all over again. Okay, so this is very interesting. I like it. Way better than the, I'm not going to say it's better than the slow repair, because it does actually break... It does actually break behaviors, but... It is interesting. Still at it? Yes! Good game is good. Alright, so you hang out on the power grid and just sap the life out of these things. Until I'm ready to have you fire at something. Oh, geez. Do you have a clip of it there, Carbon, to drop into your Discord? silica sand here. Alright, so first off, let's see what's going on over here. Any bugs? They tend to hang out around here, and also high grounds. But we kind of cleared out nearby high grounds, but haven't cleared out nearby these. It's going to be a long search, I think. How's it going with our Blight power? Great, deconstruct you, because you don't benefit us. And then we copy this a fair few times all over the place. Like here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. This one, because it's so close to the Blight crystal, is going to be a problem, so I need to remove that too, but that's not a big deal right now. These guys can move back to doing their thing. Because this area has been officially cleaned out. Kaiju is gone. Big bad evil guy is no longer with us. You'll love to see it. Roomba. Welcome, Roomba. Your job is to go here, clear up this area, just around where the boss once was, and your nearest safe zone to recharge will be right here. Cute. Might actually be worse because the charge rate might not match this increase in storage plus cost. Don't know how to play into it. Don't like how the higher level shield... You don't see how the higher level shield should block more damage in the current version. Like, it can store 80 power instead of 40, but it also needs twice as much per point blocked, you think? Oh, I'm not sure. Like, this says, uses power to charge a shield that mitigates up to 80 damage. It has 80 power in storage. Compared to... uses power to charge a shield that mitigates up to 40 damage, and it has 40 power in storage. Neither of these are useful to me. Well, I mean useful yet, but not incredibly explicit. Our crystal team seems to be a little low. Because... I didn't check to jiggle the move unit. Alright. We got a null onto the move unit and got it soft locked again. Great, love to see it. Okay, so missile launcher's not gonna be ready to fire for a little bit. Okay, bug. Alright, so let's go test. We should be draining the power off of this guy. Perhaps we'll probably have to save this guy from the bug. Why are people so bad at forts? Oh no. Okay. The stats blocks are power. Storage versus 40 versus 80, charge rate 2 versus 3, and damage to power ratio 1 versus 2. Damage blocked is stored power to damage power ratio. So yeah, so it does take, so that sounds like it takes twice as much, and also you get twice as much storage. But that ends up being the same, that ends up still being slightly better than the, It missed. The rocket missed. And has an incredibly large reload time. And just drained all the power out of the bot. Okay. It fired once, ran out of power, and missed. Well, so if there's a horde defense kind of thing, maybe we should have a long-range scanner to see. Yeah, I would need some kind of tandem activity going on. Or like the internal visualizer or something. These still haven't outpaced. Interesting, so we can actually get a third one of these going already. Let's do a third one. Let's do our miner. 2 of these. It also requests 10 cubes. Holy smokes, our stability is not good. Okay, so killing the boss was a decision. Decision we're learning about. I don't know if the item, boss dropped item, seems to have not come in just yet. Has it been hoovered up? Roomba's got their work cut out for them, that's for sure. We're picking up our previous soldiers' fallen items. Oh, there's the boss drop item. Just casually hanging out. Set radar to enemy, link results, preferred target, it'll have fun. So it would seem. It's just, oh lordy trying. Only does 100 damage though. Which is about 2 shots of the laser component, which as you guys saw, this thing shoots pretty fast. What have you missed? Well, we slaughtered the Kaiju. Slaughtered is a bit of a strong word, but we did it anyways. Okay, so this thing, it just doesn't work. That makes me sad. This one seems to work. This one doesn't. That makes me very sad. It's great for firing enemy bases and triggering all this stuff along the way. Makes sense. Okay, so this will be our primary Blight crystal garden. Right over here. We'll have probably power generation over here. These are going to take a while. Mostly because I ran out of crystal. But that problem is currently being solved. 1 truckload of crystal at a time. Speaking of which, dump all that off here. Good. Love to see it. Should probably do some more of these transfer drones as well. Put them into the transfer drone bucket. You know, I could also get a bot with a like a medium bot with 6 of these mining drones on it, which would be amazing. Which would be very amazing. Alas. Now, funny enough, these things actually do have internal slots that we can put upgrades on. Little robotic sweepers will do the things sooner or later. Grab all the silica. Are you done? You're done. Nice. Alright, so you ore type, silica, harvest area here, storage here, and just go. You're out here and just do the same structure system here. It's 2 radius, 2 radius. So this one's 1, 2. This one doesn't hit both. This one doesn't hit both. Alright, we're... putting it in between here. 1... Is there... game is frozen? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Game is not currently active. Something broke. We haven't saved in a while. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, give me a moment to load up the game again. Not too concerned, the game does have auto saves. Auto save like every minute? Yeah, I'm not too concerned about it. It's just a little annoying. But, of all the problems to have, it's really not a bad one. We shall simply continue. Now, where were we? Has this guy made it home yet? Yes? Yes. Ah, we were just sending this guy down. Okay. Think. Alright, so ore type, silica, harvest area, here, storage, here, go. Now, we need these things. There's also an up here, so we can reasonably do this. I should get these 4, should cover this one, and some of them will hit this one. Okay. Very nice. Should probably upgrade this storage if we're gonna get to 3 of them now. Let's see, 2 more over here to corrupt. Roomba's trying to get to safety. Ran out of power. It's fine. Collecting all this. We're starting to get up there. Starting to get to a point where we can actually, that's the word I'm looking for. Oh, so much power. Holy smokes, Blight power is amazing. We can actually get off of the whole mining the world thing. Can portals teleport any type of projectile? Any type of projectile, yes. Worth noting that structures and like physical structures and devices are not projectiles, even if you throw them at someone. Any type of projectile. And also laser beams, which are not projectiles and are not considered projectiles. Don't DMP rockets not go through? They go through. However, if they are specifically enemy EMP rockets, then they will detonate instead. So, kinda, sorta? Like, if they're your teammates, then they will go clean through. Or, you know, your own. So you can still portal your EMPs, just they are vulnerable to things. Another weapon that detonates portals are the swarm missiles. Those detonate like airburst in the portals. I would like another Blight spreader. Just do this. Increase that speed, because that's one expensive creature right there. Alright, so we've gotten a fair few new behaviors here that are incredibly important. This guy. Doing it like this means I can focus on having pretty much mass amounts of these magnifiers wherever they need to be, and the bots will work around, which is good. So it means I don't have to spend extra space on preventing the bots from covering it up. Like, alright, we'll clean this out real quick. That's not the right words. Doesn't mean it means that I don't have to spend the extra space on getting it all nice and tight in there. I can actually just build it. No, that's the opposite of what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say, good lord, why am I'm not in word mode today. What I'm trying to say is I can spend the extra time to make it nice and tight and dense with these spreaders, these regenerators, and have the bots weave in between. Instead of having to spend that space on additional structures. Hello there, Winter. Welcome in. I'm glad you enjoy. We've got plenty more madness around here. Lots of behaviors. And we're spreading the blights, which is good. Or so I believe. We are suffering stability issues. And I need to fix this. And the way to fix this was by stopping destruction of the enemies and instead hack things. So I think what we do is we probably grab these four, swap to hacking weapons, and just go farm stability. Because the other things were collecting Blight, which I can't really do. It's kind of awkward how many Incursus videos I fell asleep to. You know what? That's what makes most people happy, and that's what we're here for. who am I to judge? Lord knows I do the same thing. One of these things is not like the other. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I was like, where did our resimulator go? I was like, nope, it's right here. Good lord. Right next to a tank. Actually, wait a minute. Can I take this thing off? Yes. Oh, I can put other medium slots on it. Interesting. This is a lot of power. It's really not bad of a weapon. Okay. Okay, so where's our missile launcher? You, missile launcher. You, missile launcher. Good. I can actually put a radar on you. Small component, a portable radar. It's probably the best we're gonna get. Have it be an active combat weapon. Alright, so how are you guys holding up? We need more crystals. By a lot. We are obtaining a lot of crystal. It's just taking a while to get in because, well, operation speed. I could do with a increase in processor production. Let's do that. We have a new Blight spreader here. Come over here and start producing crystal power for me. Start that process at least. You hang out over here because I got nothing else to do with you. Search filter for type enemy. And ta-da! Done. Excellent. What am I looking for here? Looking for this. Accidentally closed my chat window. Can't do that. Okay, so now I need to do another one of these here. Let's get a 2x2 going. I can only imagine the amount of things I would do differently when I restart this. And just the cheapest 2x2 I can find. Just definitely this one. This'll do. For this can handle double processor speed. So we do this. And wait for that to complete. Forge put in 3D and a lot more complicated. If only, if only. Spear appreciation, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Not looking and stopping anytime soon. Although I will say this, I probably shouldn't talk too much about it because it's not set in stone yet, but given the way things are looking, it's likely to be going this direction, where I have family members who are doing more active IRL things and happen to need a content creator type person to to get involved with the marketing side of things. And so very likely to do a literal Incursus branded tea, like Incursus family brewed tea, high quality tea, put out there, which may become available in the future, in the next couple months. We'll see how it goes. It's not set in stone yet. It's still in progress, but a lot of the footwork has already been kind of sort of done, so work in progress, not set in stone, but also actually realistically doable. And that excites me in many, many ways. Because, like, so many videos use like lower caffeine. I mean, I personally won't be doing the caffeine side, the caffeine bits of it, but caffeine will be an option, like if you want green teas or black teas. What does medium radar do? It does the same thing as the small radar, but medium, which should tell you everything you need to know about it. This isn't domained up. I don't need this big one here. Let's do these. Trusted taste in tea and don't want to bleed out from getting addicted to caffeine. Yeah, I don't personally do caffeine. We would be having caffeine options because, you know, obviously green tea, black tea. For the black tea, actually, probably the green teas will be the favorite, I imagine. But yeah, so this is a boss item, boss drop item, and is currently, it has no use and is currently in the Roomba, being picked up here and dropped off here. By no use, I mean it's an ingredient. Can the vehicles communicate between each other? The bots? Yes, to some degree. I've done that extensively by creating a wireless energy manager here, where these are managed wireless energy devices, such that whenever an entity needs wireless power, this manager will grab one of these and tell it to connect to the bot. The bots can more or less communicate with each other, but the complexities with bot-to-bot direct is less than with something like, say, something like bot building. But yes, they can communicate, and often do. Not very often, actually. I will say the primary gameplay loop generally doesn't involve bot communications at all. It's just an option, and it's kind of a masochistic option, one that I am all for. They meant tea, like t-shirts. I need to finish getting the branding set up, because I've done a whole lot of branding stuff, and most of it is just not good. And that's the whole reason why I didn't end up putting it up on the channel. But I need to actually, some of it is usable, so I need to do that. The branded goods. Board, we know what this is going to do. We need circuit boards and unlimited of them. We need this to be item transporter only. We need a behavior here. Behavior here. You have a lot of ideas now. If you have ideas, I can almost guarantee it can be done. Almost. good. Good. You need to be cleared because you are the brain of a fallen soldier. If you do any clothing beanies, please. Interesting. Beanies are quite difficult, especially because doing branding on them is not easy. You get this generally hard, like it doesn't stay with the smooth, same generally soft, smooth material that the beanie is made out of. Like the brand doesn't, the branded logo doesn't. I'm sure there exists some beanies that have it nice. I've yet to find them, let alone anyone that's willing to do a YouTube integration. So, or like ones that are willing to support YouTube integration, which narrows it down a bit to almost nothing. But it is on the list of things that I have looked at. Okay, so these require metal plates and crystal chunks and a 5:3 ratio. Okay, crystal chunk. Let's get 4 stacks here, and I guess just 2 stacks. 2 stacks is fine. Now we should do more. Okay, 4 stacks, 2 stacks. Great. You just keep that stuff here. This game is really cool. Your type of game. I mean, if you like it. I know I certainly do. Okay, item transporters only. And we now have an operational system. So now I just need to copy, copy, copy. We will be doubling our basic processor production. And then enable you. And you should be good to go. 3D Factory without belts and extra science. Nothing about this is 3D other than the graphics. It's all, in terms of gameplay, it's all strictly 2D. We can just zoom in and rotate around in very cinematic visuals. But in terms of gameplay, it's all 2D. Just like Factorio. Imagine Factorio, but you can rotate the camera around. Which, mind you, this looks very nice. I mean, this looks very nice. Like, that's a screenshot right there. You know, if I took away the HUD, which I don't know how to do. Excellent, yes. We're up to plus 23k power. Whew. Alright, so these should be done-ish, and I need virus ray. Please make virus ray. I also desire... This is 1 virus ray, I need infinite virus ray. I also desire crypto BitLocker. Our factory production factory is a little occupied these days. Okay. Now we're producing chips. And I can remove these because getting them out of the way is nice. Go away. Leave tab switches to visual register display mode. Hiding overlays. It does. Nice. Look at that. Look at our factory. Stretching up toward the horizon. Thank you for that, by the way. Tab, very useful. Okay, our iron production seems to be slowing. It's going full bore. What is seen seriously? If only Factorio had more like that, yeah. Alright, let's try running a couple virus rays in here. So let's take you and you. Take this off here. Bring you all over here. So we still have the crypto bit locker and the one laser turret. But if we run 2 virus rays, go do some damage. Maybe. We'll see. This looks suspiciously dangerous. Let's go check it out. Okay, so we've got some pretty strong, I'm going to describe as extremely high quality behaviors here. The automatically linking and regenerating laser cubs, renewable mining lasers on a bot, so we can just throw them anywhere and it'll just keep an area renewed. We have the harvest teams, which is amazing. Taking damage. Yeah. Let's go do this. Oh, he's gonna get gunned down by the army. Oh well. Oh, there's more. Also getting gunned down by the army. Alright. Okay, so only half of our 4 bots made it over here intact. Everyone else got a little lost. These things are noisy.
We could pack our bags tomorrow, leave all of our sorrows, see where all this road goes, maybe San Diego.
Alright, let's go explore. We saw some bugs there. There's also going to be bugs over here because the high ground. We can outrun them regardless, even if it's a kaiju. Hello, bug. Ravager powered down. Yeah. It just shuts it down. Interesting. Very interesting. And our one actually damaging laser does a lot more work. It's not a big surprise, but yeah, look at it, it's just chilling there. Completely stunned. And if we go into combat with these things already lined up, I wonder if this works on the boss. Probably does. Virus detected in the network. Alright, problem. We seem to have infected ourselves and gotten uninfected because I have the research that does that sometimes. Okay. Get a behavior controller for combat. I haven't made notable progress in the automating combat side of things. There are many problems, and I haven't solved them yet. I haven't started trying to solve them in this live stream session, but it is on the list of things to do. Auto scout and auto military is incredibly complicated to do in this game without just constantly losing units. Obviously, it's easy enough to get things to move around a little bit, but it isn't faster than doing it manually. And that's a problem. Until I solve those issues, it's gonna be a little while. So I'm guessing because so half the reason I'm doing this is because this supposedly should stabilize my world a little bit. By hacking creatures. I suspect this will not be incredibly effective at the whole restabilizing my world thing. As I genuinely can't tell. But supposedly that does. Along with harvesting Blight and other things. Could you negotiate them peacefully by giving them lemon bread? Solid maybe. I haven't tried. So there's actually a couple of factions here. There's also aliens, which we've encountered. But I've made... you can't really make friends with them, but I've managed to make them not hostile. So they don't attack me when we encounter them, which is also why I have absolutely zero fear about running through the blighted areas, because the aliens faction have structures and such in blighted areas. Because it's an alien structure, you'll find alien units moving in and about these. But we've come to an agreement where they don't shoot me and I don't shoot them. I'm okay with this. Negotiate with tactical nuke. No. Alright, so these guys are all full up, waiting for transporter. Which has not happened yet. I need to replace... Oh, actually. Huh. Kind of, full up there. Alright, fix that in a slot. Crystal. I forgot to do this. This is important, or this will soft lock itself. The reason that's happening is probably due to a lack of another resource such as iron. How you doing out there, buddy? We're not harvesting enough iron, or at least not returning it quick enough. Is absolutely what's going on here. Okay, let's break this. Signal red. Replace with big storage. That's gonna do a number to my everything. You just do puppy dog eyes until they let you let them know. Alright, so we should have only 2 transporters for iron? Must have lost one, didn't notice. Drop off goes here. Or I have more and I didn't hotkey it, which is possible. Yeah, I do. Alright. Alright. Either way, let's make another one. We need not infinite, but one convoy. You think that your world is currently excessively stable and going left in the recent would destabilize it, causing more bugs to spawn. I just don't. I see what you're saying. I just don't see it that way, because this is the green is generally a good color. Purple in this game, green is generally a good color. Purple is generally a bad color. But like, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It does not say. Like, these things are categorically unexplained. So I do not have an answer. Although, kind of sort of want to farm Kaiju. We find another Kaiju spawner, which will happen eventually. Definitely keep it around for a while. Speaking of, I should make a... What just happened? Oh, I clicked on this. I should make a bug farmer. A bug spawn farmer. Like a proper grinder. See, this is a big dump. This is a big dump. This is not a big dump. These are the two big ones. Most of the rest of these are kind of small. Except for silica. Silica could use an upgrade as well. In fact, let's do that. Right now. The man who stabilized a nuclear core with a rope think he knows how to stabilize a planet. If only it worked that way. Alright, you need to drop off here. You need to drop off here. And now this guy... Where you go? Oh, mobile power beacon. I forgot about you. You would have been incredibly useful earlier. I just forgot you existed and forgot you could exist. In all truth. Alright, you do store here. Awkward. You are not useful meaningfully. Like, so come on over here. Turn off transport route. Connect to logistics network. Come dump all your goods over here. Alright, someone has arrived. Dropped off in great amounts of silica, which will keep us going for a time. Okay. Our boards are not quite keeping up owing to a lack of iron production? Question mark? Yes. That's exactly what's happening. A lack of iron production. Okay. And we just don't have enough iron income. Okay. Understandable. Dump off some. Holy smokes, after all these iron miners vacuuming up things by the biome, it's still not enough. It's ridiculous. But that's just how this game goes. Alrighty, have a good one out there, Gambler Rick. Catch you later. See you next time. Remember to check back on Saturdays, the next time we go live for streams if you're looking for more banterous interactions. Yeah, this is just, no interactions. At least not that I can tell. .4. What happens if I throw this into here with, say, 10 blue cubes? I doubt the blue cubes will do anything that the others wouldn't, but let's find out, shall we? Good news is we've got a lot of high density frames. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't do human research and microscopes. I need to automate those. And see. Those are probably both done at the human factory. Which makes sense to me. Okay then. Let's do another large here. Get human research going. One human factory, please. Wait a minute. It's not a human factory thing at all. It's a data analyzer. It's a data analyzer. Cancel. Data analyzer, which I don't actually have auto crafting. So you'll ever need a couple of them. However, yeah, we can make bugs. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't want to. A human factory, yeah, low density frame, and microscopes. So we need 2 more of these. 2 more human factories around here. I'll save these for later. Alright then, in that case, let's do these here? Question mark? Couple of those going. Put you into here and get you doing human research. Which is very expensive, by the way. Like, painfully so. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, harvest it all. We're still not quite keeping up with this. At least I'm not sure if we are. As our silica over here is full, owing to us not being able to use it fast enough. Mostly because we aren't, we're bottlenecked on other things. Namely iron. And one human factory. The more we spend, the more we can spend. Yeah, this is not doing anything. Broken AI core. Human factory, please produce for me microscopes. Good. Then the next technology we can research. Probably want to start doing satellites, because satellites let us repair the mothership, which is kind of the main goal of the game. Medium flyer package. I like it. Post the file locations for earlier in Discord later. Yes, I am interested. Very interested. But now that we're doing human research, that's going to consume our yellow data cubes. All of them. So we'll wait until this is done before starting the next research. Holy smokes, 90 human research. It's a lot of human research, and for it we get large power transmitter. Transmits 500 power to a remote target. Okay, that's kind of a lot. I'm into it. Human science analyzer. I don't know what this does, but it uses 200 power. Or sorry, 2,000 power, which is a lot of power. Data keys. Advanced technology allows access to secure structures. I want this only because this has been tantalizing me at the beginning of the game. Definitely want to go down the human route. Actually needs to be controllable by us. Set unit and hack code into the first register to activate. Can we steal the Kaiju? Alright, this... How are we doing over here? I think we needed more in the way of iron. No? We may not actually need more iron transport. Oh no, that's... Yes, we do. Drop off here. Ore type. Metal ore. Beacon bot. Go. See, we're that far away from us. Science. Yay! We have so many bottlenecks here, it's ridiculous. And at the end of the day, most of the bottlenecks are the basic income. Human tech seems like just the strongest tech so far. Seconded by virus, third by Blight. Blight control terminal for stabilization. This looks very interesting to me. Except for the part where it's not implemented. Just not realizing that there's an entire tech after the current tech tree. Well, can't get to it anyways. Okay. Look at it spreading the plague. So many things under construction. Okay. The next time we play through and get a... Next time we do a playthrough of this, like from like we restart the world, we'll have so many blueprints. It's gonna be amazing. And I'm willing to bet that all of the blueprints will be broken. Because a lot of my blueprints are on behaviors, and something tells me there's gonna be a lot of deprecation. A lot of deprecation. Which is, you know, the way things should be. Just also painful. Very painful. The laser turret is just better than the Blight turret. The Blight stuff is just a tier below. Looks like we are starting to struggle to move things around. Let's fix it. Hello there, Demon's Bane. Welcome in. This is my personal little ant pile filled with all the goodies. How you doing tonight? Let's upgrade you to the laser. You spreading the Blight all nicely? Good, good. Let's go hang out over here. Okay, you've successfully spread the Blights, I think, to everywhere that matters over here. So now, time to spread this way. Does the game have a plot? Not really. Technically, it's got some storyline stuff, but for most intents and purposes, no. It is very light and not developed very far. I think shuttles could speed up long-range item transportation. I'm pretty certain shuttles have zero storage, I think. But if that were true, I can't imagine what purpose they would serve. The basic story is we have no idea what's going on. We are on a planet inside of a simulation. And the simulation's having trouble. We have Blight taken over. We have bugs left and right. Fix it. Rebuild the mothership. That's our goal. That's all we know about the story, and most of it is not yet available to us to explore. The objective of the game is simple: build a factory, take over the world. And that's what we're doing. We're doing it via bots that we can program. We have all kinds of logic and code and behaviors running all over the place with behavioral controllers and dynamic things. We're basically developing the gray goo scenario, one bot at a time, one behavior at a time, I should say. Okay. I should probably have so many things I need to work on. Holy smokes. You know, now that I know how the Blight spreader works, it's actually quite fast. Relatively fast. Prefab medium power extender. Slap you over here. Let's see. Obsidian, still mining obsidian. I should probably put some harvesters in here. You play as an antivirus and you design the antivirus to repair and eliminate all threats in the system. No, we're just building a factory and making the factory grow. Trying not to read too much into it because there's just not much there to read into, I think. At least not yet. It's like playing Factorio. If you want to put a story to it, sure. We are just there to eliminate fighters. Because exterminating biters is the real goal. Like, actually, though. Alright, how are we doing on data cube? It's still at 0, which is the expected number. Okay, so metal definitely needs to be the next thing we upgrade. For that, I probably also want to upgrade processing, but probably don't need to worry about it so much. Income is the biggest deal here. Wow, it's so loud. Income is the biggest thing. And income comes after we extrude our blights up to this point. And I will do that after fleshing this out enough to start doing crystal harvesting on it. Which is soonish. Very soonish. We have constant, very constant silica income here. It takes so long to get it back home, but alas. So much. Spread the blight. Carry on. Wonder if I'm destabilizing the world by purposely blighting things. That would be interesting. We went from needing crazy amounts of blight gas to not needing much at all. And that makes me a little sad. Because we spent a lot on getting this working. Okay, this is almost done, and with it, most of our laterite production goes poof. Hello, curious bot. Welcome in. Another faction here to check us out. This, laser turrets. Do we not have this being constructed? We do. We're missing this item, which is missing nothing. It's under construction, and there's enough of its constituent ingredients to go around. It's just a very slow process. Okay, we used a lot of it, probably in the yeah, we used a lot of it for the material production. Almost up to 30 human research. Let's see. Hello, curious little bot. Goodbye. Looked at it for too long. Didn't like that. It's very shy. Expand the machine world. Jeez. We are keeping up with the... So, here we can see we are keeping up with the metal income. Because we're processing it as fast as it's coming... At least as fast as it's coming in. Or should I say, exactly as fast as it's coming in. Because we're not processing anything right now. So that's great. This means that the bottleneck for the entire factory is in how much we're mining. And we're mining incredible amounts. Because half of these are upgraded with the 2x speed miners. It's just not enough. And the solution is get more miners. And the solution is get more miners. That's it. That's hard stop. Let's do that. Actually, it is as much as I would love to do that right now. It is getting late. And by late I mean it is 3:30 in the morning for me, and I have places to be in the morning. Like in the morning proper, so I'm going to be signing out here. I'm going to be calling it then. Save the game. Stream 5. And we will be winding it down. Remember, guys, we have the Forts AI tournament coming up 2 weeks from now. So look forward to that. And we've got more videos between now and then, both Forts and otherwise. But for now, have a good night, everyone. Sleep well. Or should I say, good morning. And I'll see you guys later.